Good evening and welcome to the February 2nd, 2022 meeting of the Chatham Select Board. This is a virtual participation only. Please note, this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please let me know. Seeing none, pursuant to Governor Baker's June 16, 2021 signing of an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, including the extension of his March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, until April 1st, 2022, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410. Our conference ID is 134208-476#, or you can join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Channel 18, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. And just a reminder to everyone, please mute your mic and turn off your cameras until you're called on. Let's start off with a excuse me, with a roll call. Our Vice Chair, Shireen Davis.
Present.
Clerk, Corey Metters.
Present.
Select Board Member DeCastro.
Present.
And the chair is present. Jeff Dykins, our other Select Board member, is trying to get back to Chatham and will not be available with us tonight. So just as an overview of the meeting, I have just a couple of changes because of the circumstances we're in. We'll first go over our minutes of January 25th. Then we have public announcements and agenda item requests. We'll then get into our new business. The post-storm update is going to come after drinking water. One of our participants, Justin, is out on an emergency call and hopefully should be back in time by then. We'll then have a coronavirus update. Then we'll have a drinking water testing and pumping update with the newly returned Thomas Temple. Then we'll get into public comments for our following business agenda items, with the exception of the Monomoy Regional School District, which will have comments, public comments during that. So the public comments on the business agenda item include the FY 2023 operating budget. We'll then get into an update on the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act funding, a correspondence to the county, a discussion and vote on a draft letter opposing a discharge of radioactive wastewater, and then committee appointments. We are missing one person, and I was planning to delay this for another week, but I'd like to hear the board's input when we get there, or when we get there will be fine, I guess. Well, let me do this just in case, before we start anything else. How does the board feel about delaying another week? Since we have a problem with the airport commission and we need Jeff to be here. Let's see. Yeah, let's see who I have. I have Shireen's hand up. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, we did delay the vote last week because of Select Board Member Duncan's absence, and unfortunately he isn't able to be here, and he intended to. So I think I'm in favor of just pushing this out another week so that we can all weigh in on the vote on that.
Okay, was that Corey?
Yeah, Peter, I agree with Shireen. I mean, the mechanics are simply, I know the candidate the candidate that has 3 potential committees that they're interested in, wanted to get voted up or down on the airport commission, and until that decision is made, any vote to put them on any other committee, it's got to be held up anyway. So holding off another week is fine by me.
Okay, thank you. And Dean, you okay?
I'm okay with a week's delay.
Okay, thank you. So we'll delay that one more week. We'll have a large agenda item next week. All right, let's start with the the minutes for January 25th. Can I have a motion to approve and then second?
Motion to approve?
Second.
A second, any changes or additions? Dean?
Just on page 4, in the middle, the roll call vote, there's a stray vote for Jeff Dykens. He was not present. There's a yes vote there, so that should be stricken.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, let's have a vote. Let me start with Corey on the line.
Yay.
Okay, Shereen,
Aye.
Dean,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. Do we have any public announcements or agenda item requests? I have one. It's really kind of a comment. If you bear with me for a minute, I need my glasses. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but well, probably good news. Hang on. Fedora's Travel Guide. They released a worldwide list of 11 magical places where snow falls on the beaches and sand, and they included Chatham Lighthouse Beach among those 11. And here's what they had to say: Cape Cod in Massachusetts shows the sunny side of life with its sandy beaches along the Atlantic. Come winter, the beaches are carpeted with glittering snow. One of the most popular beaches is the Lighthouse Beach in Chatham, which has a historic lighthouse, lighthouse. Another Chatham beach that you can visit for snow time activities is Harding. Anyway, that's always nice. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none from the board. Any Jill? No, and any public comments? I see none. So then we'll move over into our new business. And the first one up will be the coronavirus update with Dr. Duncanson and our town manager. Welcome, Dr. Bob.
Good evening, members of the board and members of the public. So just quickly, because I know you have a full agenda for tonight, let me share my screen here. And the first item up is our monthly confirmed COVID-19 cases in Chatham. So since the beginning of the pandemic, we have had a total of 718 cases. These are confirmed cases that are entered into the state system. So this does not include cases by people that do home test kits or anything like that. And as you can see, in January of this year, January of 2022, we've had a total of 151 cases, which eclipses what we had last year in January when we had 106 cases for the month. And we thought that that was going to be the worst case. And actually this year has been by a third even worse than last January. I've indicated before, the majority of those cases have been, relatively mild or asymptomatic. People that are getting tested because of close proximity or some other reason. To kind of put the number of cases recently in a little bit better perspective, rather than just the monthly numbers, this is a figure I put together recently that shows the weekly number of cases in Chatham. And this goes back to the beginning of December last month, 2 months ago, December 2021. And then on a weekly basis through the 28th of January. And you can see we had that spike in middle of December and into January, primarily brought about by the Omicron variant, but following the Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's holidays. We have at the last week in January, we did see a fairly significant drop off. And I'm hoping that that drop off continues. And, like the rest of New England and the US, we are over the worst of the coronavirus, the Omicron surge. Showing the percent positivity. As you can see, and this is the last data on this, it was as of January 27th. Remember, this data only comes out once a week, and it's for the previous 2 weeks. But you can see that the Omicron surge that we've been experiencing for the last 2 to 3 months was significantly higher than the surges that we'd had previously that we thought were fairly significant. But this one has resulted in a change of scale and just to highlight how significant it has been. So our percent positivity rate as of last Thursday was at 22.15%. That was the highest percent positivity of any of the 15 towns on the Cape. So not a distinction that I think we want to get or have. At that time, the positivity rate, the 14-day positivity rate in Massachusetts was at 15.3%. And Barnstable County, as an average, was at 18.7. So you can see that Chatham at 22.1 was significantly higher than the state or even the average for Barnstable County. So again, not a distinction we want to keep. And I'm cautiously optimistic that when this week's numbers come out, hopefully we see a fairly precipitous drop based on the number of cases that we're seeing on a weekly basis and what we're seeing across the state. And then just finally, let me show you the 14-day average daily incident rate, and just like the positivity rate, we're also seeing that spike up higher than we've seen previously. And again, hopefully that will also drop down, with the new data once it comes out this week. And just finally, the last thing I just wanted to mention, and I mentioned this before, that we were working with the county and our neighboring towns to procure home test kits for distribution to the community. We have received word that that order has been, the order was placed and we actually expected to receive those last weekend, but obviously with the storm that did not occur. We do not have a new timeline for that. Hopefully sometime towards the end of this week or next week. We have about 1,700 test kits coming, and each one of those kits contains 2 tests. So very similar to what you get, when you go to a pharmacy or and buy it, and similar to what the feds are distributing. But we will get those as soon as we can, and as soon as we have them, we will get word out to people as to how they will be distributed. More than likely, based on what some other towns have done, we will do a drive-through. You will just have to show proof of residency in Chatham. And then my thought is we would be giving out 1 kit for each individual in the household. So anyway, that's all I've got for today, and happy to answer any questions. Peter, you're muted.
Of course I am. Anyone on the board have any questions? Nope. Okay, Jill? Anything?
No, I have nothing further to report. Thank you.
Okay, anyone from the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Bob.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll move on next to our drinking water testing and pumping update. Tom Temple. Welcome back, Tom, again.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Select Board residents. Just a quick update. The pumpage for the month of January is included in your report is 2.1% less than it was the same time last year from January 1st to January 25th. Well 4 Indian Hill is being utilized approximately 4 hours a day at 400 gallons per minute. The next round of testing was scheduled for today. I will, I'll ask Tom, who's also on this meeting, to confirm whether or not they took that sample given the recent storm we had. I'm not sure if they did take the sample. However, with respect to the Bridge Street project, the water main has been installed under the direct drilling has been installed, pressure tested, and chlorination and bacteria testing performed and completed on that. Wells 10 and 11, I still have to, in the next 2 weeks, perform my review for the 90 and 100% design for that to go out to bid, which is due by February 28th. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to Tom Barr from Weston & Sampson to give you an update on the other remaining projects. If you don't mind, Tom.
Thanks. Okay, Tom.
How are you?
Fine. Well,
So we did get our PFAS samples today at Indian Hill and Wells 5 and 8. We were able to get those completed. Our latest results, we have not gotten the January samples yet. The labs are a little bit backed up, so we should be receiving them within the next couple of days. So as Mr. Temple said, Wells 10 and 11 is on schedule. The engineers submitted a progress report to us at the beginning of this week. They're looking to do everything once the plans are approved by February 28th. They're looking to get the design on the schedule to be bid in March of 22. So everything is on schedule for 10 and 11. Wells 5 and 8, the temporary treatment plant is on schedule. They will be doing some test boring within the next couple of days. The snow obviously slowed them down a little bit there, but they should be out there this week. The engineers had the surveyors out this past week. I saw them there today. So that is on schedule. CMR, Weston and Sampson's construction group, has been working to secure all of the construction equipment that they're going to need for the temporary plant. They're hoping to have all of the construction set up and ready to go and have that plant online as long as the vessel's delivered in a timely manner by the end of April, beginning of May. So that well should be up and running once the tests are done to make sure that everything is working properly and we get our samples to make sure that the PFAS is being treated and removed. So we are in good shape. Everything is on schedule. That's all I have.
okay,
Any questions?
thank you. Just out of God, I know it's a little far out. 10 and 11. Once we have they're going out to bid. Do you have any, just a general idea of when 10 and 11 would be up and running?
Tom, do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, I think they were talking about it taking a year and a half for that to be constructed. It was my understanding. They were talking about it being ready by the end of 2022 or 2023. Is my recollection, but I can check my notes on that and I can get back to the board.
Yeah, I just wanted a general idea. Okay, thanks, Tom. Anyone else from the board? I see Dean's hands up.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I just wanted to ask, when well 5 goes back online, are you intending that it would be operated on its regular schedule, or will it be a reduced schedule like you've done with well number 4?
Yeah, so once the preliminary tests are done, we'll run it with not into the system at first to get the samples, make sure everything is proper. And once we're happy with those results, we will then put it into the system as a seasonal well. We won't use that during the winter time or anything, but we will be using it pretty much at a full-time schedule come June, July, August, because the demand will be there for that well. So it will be running probably approximately 16 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week based off of demand.
What about well number 8?
Well number 8 will remain offline unless needed, and then we will blend it with well 5, make sure the samples are below the state limit with approval from Mass DEP and the town of Chatham's permission to put that well online in a blending situation with well 5.
Will you continue to operate well number 4 this summer, even assuming that well 5 is back online?
Yeah, well number 4 will go on to the full-time rotation where it will be used as the full schedule. Again, a 16 to 18 hours is our average during the summer months. Based off of demand, it can be a little bit higher, but as long as those results keep coming back positive, we haven't had any detect at well number 4 for PFAS the last several rounds of sampling. And if that continues to stay the same, then we'll increase the flow out of that well gradually throughout the spring and into the summer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Shireen?
Thank you, Peter. Tom, Tom Bark, just a quick question on the 5 and 8 construction of the plant. You said CMR is working to secure the equipment to build the plant, but are you foreseeing any delays in materials coming our way?
As of right now, the last meeting we had last Thursday, everything was on schedule as far as procuring all of the equipment that they needed, all of the materials that they needed. There hasn't been any delay, so we're hoping it stays that way. They did put out to bid for the media for the filters, and they're going to be going with the Calgon Carbon Company, which was based off of the price and the specifications for the material that we were looking for. So that is set up to be delivered on time as of now. We're barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shireen. Corey? You have
I'm here
the-
actually. Yeah, I'm still here. I haven't lost you guys.
Okay.
I gotta, being on a phone solely, not having my video is a totally new experience and less than ideal, but I'll make it through tonight. No. My only comment is I gotta tell you, Tom, I really appreciate the time you put into these responses. You've been very direct and straightforward with your answers and information. And I appreciate your candid, responses in the updates you've been giving us over, these last several months and stuff. So I just want to really appreciate having the comfort in you providing us information that's not filtered. So thank you.
Okay, Corey, what I'll plan to do is go through anybody who has their hands up on the board and then go to you. That might make it a little easier for you too.
Sounds
Okay.
perfect.
All right, thanks. Any other questions? Anything from the public? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Tom and Tom.
Thank you.
guys.
Okay, let's go back to the original agenda item about post-storm update. We have Chief Dave Pasquale and Deputy Fire Chief Justin Tavano, but let me turn it over to the town manager first. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to thank all town employees for their efforts to prepare and respond to this very challenging storm, including transportation of residents to the regional shelter. We also had the great assistance of the Citizens Emergency Response Team, our CERT team, from the 4 towns, but many of whom are Chatham residents, and they were essential to the regional shelter operations and with me at the community center for the personal care site. So I really want to congratulate them for their efforts and their dedication to training. So as you may know, Fire Chief Dave Pasquale is our emergency management director, and I thought I would turn this over to him to do a quick introduction, and then Deputy Fire Chief Justin Tavano will provide a detailed report with some good data to report as well. So if that's okay, Mr. Chair, I'll turn this over to Dave.
Yeah, please do. Welcome, Chief.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I've been out recovering from a surgery, so I wasn't an active participant this weekend, but I did sit in on the daily calls from MEMA, from the twice daily calls from Barnstable County, and then something that we tried with the town is we had town calls, town-wide calls, all the department heads, twice daily, starting 2 days before the storm, which really worked out well. We had as many as 30 participants on these calls, including some of the private-public partnerships that we've established with Broadreach Healthcare and local hotels, and it was really great to have that kind of that many people on these calls so we could flesh out decisions that needed to be made, sometimes pretty rapidly. But as far as the operation itself for the storm, I can't commend our department and all the town departments enough for what they did to get through this. This was basically a hurricane with snow, and these people just moved heaven and earth to literally to help out our citizens in town. But Justin played a huge role in that. From I don't know when he slept, but he was on for 3 straight days. But I'm going to turn it over to him, and he did a fantastic job. So I'm proud of him.
Hey, thanks, Chief. Hey, welcome, Justin.
Good evening, members of the board, and thanks, Chief, and thanks, Jill, for the intro. Sorry about my delayed entry here. We were running around like crazy. We had 7 calls all come in at the same time with mutual aid coming in from other towns, so I was assisting them. So forgive me if a couple of my thoughts are a little bit jumbled, but I got my notes here. I just wanted to start off just by thanking the emergency management team, including Town Manager Jill Goldsmith, Chief DePasquale, Deputy Police Chief Mike Anderson, and Harbor Master Stu Smith, just for always collaborating on these sorts of events, and just working together to get the job done. So with that, I just want to go to kind of the general preparedness measures that we took, as Chief mentioned, going back to midweek. Whenever one of these storms is coming, is impending, we start getting the emails and the phone calls. Sometimes seems like absolutely nonstop from MEMA, Barnstable County, and then, as the chief mentioned, we get together internally with our internal stakeholders and discuss the results of those meetings to make sure all information's been shared properly. The information that comes out of MEMA and the county is great. We're so fortunate to have the county put these things together. They get all the representatives from all the different utility companies involved. Frank O'Laughlin, meteorologist, gives just unbelievable weather updates, like spot on. And talking about another guy, I don't know when he sleeps, but he provides great info. So we go into these things with pretty good information to work off of. But one of the first things we always do is wonder, how is this going to impact Chatham directly, especially, and how is it going to impact our citizens? So we always start by referring back to our previous collaborative efforts between the fire department, the police department, council on aging, board of health, and some of those working groups that we have together. And we begin to identify the vulnerable populations in town. We start to reach out to them to see what their needs might be leading up to these weather events. Make sure that they're taken care of in advance. We tell people, please, pack your bag, be ready for 72 hours of being alone. And in reality, some of these people, that's just not a realistic thing that they can do. So we want to make sure that we touch base with them beforehand and see what their needs might be. So that's where we always start. Then we go on and make sure that every department's roles and responsibilities have been defined and clarified, make sure everybody knows what their assignments are going to be in advance of the storm. And then we start to put out situational awareness statements, using the information we get from the county and make sure that's shared across all the critical and essential staff in town. And we put together action plans, which include, really it's pen to the paper, what those roles and responsibilities are. So everybody's on the same page going into the storm. And then, as the chief mentioned, we communicate with our private community partners, and we start filling any voids and gaps that we might have, primarily, especially for these weather events. What kind of gaps do we have in transportation, and those sorts of things, and come up with some contingency plans for in case we run into some issues with sheltering. So going into the storm, the day prior, robocall was put out with our reverse 911 system, and another robocall was put out during the storm with updates. Information was pushed out through all the different town departments' social media accounts, on the town website. So we tried to just make sure I think everybody in the world knew we were getting a storm. So it wasn't really so much informing people a storm was coming. It was really trying to get word out as to, what they could do to prepare and any information and really try to get that emergency operations center line out, because that was going to be kind of the key to making sure information was shared well across the board. As far as the storm conditions, we all lived it, but just to give kind of a brief rundown, as expected, the storm arrived shortly after midnight with a snow and rain mix. By 6 a.m., it had mostly turned over to snow and the wind had really picked up. By 8 a.m., we were looking at near blizzard conditions, and that's when power went out. And we saw widespread power and internet loss for the whole town. And then throughout the day, Saturday, conditions just continued to deteriorate and remain poor for most of the day, making any sort of headway on getting power restored really impossible, as the utility company doesn't put any workers on the road until it's safe to do so. Occasionally we're hit with these storms and the temperatures aren't outrageously bad. Unfortunately, with this one, it coincided with some really cold temperatures, which made matters all that much worse. Sunday morning at 3:30 in the morning, so overnight Saturday into Sunday, both the DPW and fire department generators failed, which really wreaked havoc for us. I as the chief mentioned, we can't say enough about all the staff for just overcoming these challenges that we faced and providing great service to the community. We become really reliant on technology in public safety, but we do have the ability to really pivot quickly and go back to flashlights, pen and paper. And sorry, my dog's barking in the background, if you can hear. So Sunday, the weather conditions improved. It allowed the DPW to make some headway. They were out there working overnight to clear roads. They were able to make some improvements with debris and snow cleanup. And Eversource was finally able to get out there and start digging into what the problems were. By Sunday afternoon, they identified the main problem in town, which was keeping a majority of the town offline. Once they were able to identify that and start working on it, we saw a huge boost in the percentage come back online. Just for general conditions, we saw some moderate wind damage throughout town. Didn't really seem like, in some previous storms, we had certain sections of town that were hit harder than others. But the damage seemed pretty consistent throughout, with maybe a little bit more damage on the north and east side of town. There were no major flooding issues. We did see some minor flooding in the normal trouble spots. And I know as we spoke this morning, we are still kind of working on getting a coastal and erosion assessment of how our beaches fared. As far as some actions taken for the storm, the decision was made to open the Emergency Operations Center. We made that determination on Friday pretty early on, based on the forecast and what our needs might be. So by Saturday at 6 o'clock in the morning, the Emergency Operation Center, the EOC, was activated at 6 a.m. And ultimately, that operational period of the EOC was demobilized Sunday evening at 8 o'clock. Now, those were the operational period. That was the operational period for the EOC, but calls did start coming in on that phone line on Friday, and they continue to filter in today with storm-related questions, concerns. So as far as staffing for the EOC, it was emergency manager KZ, as we all affectionately know him. Susan Maybeal came in and helped run logistics out of there, and I had one foot in the door helping them as I was also helping run the fire department. KZ and Susan did a fantastic job. I can say that, firsthand witness account, the calls, they came hot and heavy. They didn't stop. They were just nonstop. So we fielded over from Friday through today. We're still trying to get really an exact count, but it looks like just under 400 calls came on that EOC line. Types of requests ranged from general information regarding personal care sites and sheltering options, residents reporting power outages, general damage reports, requests for well-being checks on neighbors or family members or friends, requests for transportation to the personal care site or to the regional shelter, and of course, as we always see, inquiries regarding restoration of power, which we're oftentimes unable to answer. The the real importance of opening that EOC is, well, there's a few really important parts of it. One of it is to lessen the burden on our fire department and police department staff. If that EOC is not open, all those calls go in directly to the dispatch centers, and those dispatchers are working nonstop just trying to get first responders on the road to go deal with the calls, and they're doing all they can to just keep that function going. So to take that burden off their plate is huge. We tried to close. We technically closed the EOC on Saturday evening just after 8 o'clock, but those calls came throughout the night. So fortunately, Craig and Ryan were able to forward those lines through to some cell phones, so we were able to monitor those calls throughout the night and make sure that we answered them around the clock. The EOC staff provided public information. As I mentioned, they took that burden off our public safety dispatchers. They dealt directly with liaisons from the utility companies to identify areas where there was the most the highest rate of power outages, to try to really isolate where those main problems were, so we could get back online as fast as possible. So that's a real critical function of that EOC, is to work with those liaisons. Initially, Eversource provided kind of a regional liaison, which covers 3 to 4 towns, and then by Sunday we were given a dedicated Chatham liaison in person that was able to go to the EOC and work hand in hand with KZ to identify those trouble areas in town and get us back online. The EOC also, as I mentioned, helped manage requests for transportation to the personal care sites and shelters, and followed up with family members that were checking on the well-being of their family members. So every single call that somebody put a request in for, those types of calls, we close the loop on all those. So we provide, feedback to those people, which I think is a really important thing that we do. Somebody calls looking for us to check on somebody. They want to know what the end result is. So that takes time and effort as well. Excuse me. Another critical function of the EOC is to kind of keep that a common operating picture through the town. So one thing that we've done the last few storms is we've used a shared spreadsheet where everything that could be critical to each agency and to each department in town gets logged into that spreadsheet. And it's a live document, so everybody can see it. So as the calls start coming in really fast, and they get logged in that spreadsheet, we make sure nothing slips through the cracks. So a road closure, a tree blocking a road, the call might go into the DPW, but that gets logged into that spreadsheet, which is managed by the EOC staff, and the dispatchers have access to that at both the police and fire, and can make sure that they have access to all critical information that might impact each department's response. Some of the big challenges we saw in the EOC, first and foremost, was losing power initially in town, which wiped out the internet. We had set that EOC up at the fire station in our conference room upstairs. Once we lost power and lost internet, as I mentioned, we have a heavy reliance on the technology. We had to pivot pretty quickly. The calls were set up to come through a Teams phone, which needed internet connectivity. But as a backup plan, we already did have calls being forwarded to cell phones. So that was a pretty seamless transition. I was able to work with OpenCape and Craig to get us back online by about 12 o'clock on Saturday. And once we had internet back, it made things go much more smoothly. But as I said, we were able to pivot pretty quickly there. Some other challenges, we saw a temporary loss of the community center generator on Saturday, and fortunately our harbor master staff that was on around the clock was able to quickly identify the problem and get that problem solved. Another action item, the personal care site at the community center. Initially, we made the determination that right off the bat on Friday that we were going to open the personal care site on Sunday. The thought process that went into not having it open initially on Saturday was we were expecting blizzard conditions throughout the day. In lockstep with our partners in our surrounding towns, that was kind of the decision that was being made across the board, was to leave those sites closed, primarily because we didn't want to encourage people to get bored at home, decide they were get in their car and come down to the community center to socialize or just get out of the house. Really, the message just shouldn't. We're trying to avoid putting the message out that it was safe to get in your car and come down there. However, by 10 o'clock Saturday morning, we had received a number of calls from concerned residents, some of them older and frail and more vulnerable, really concerned that how rapidly the temperature was dropping in their house. So based on that situation, we decided that we were going to open the community center up on the fly on Saturday. We were able to we had CERT members on standby. This was always part of the plan. If we had to open it on the fly, we were prepared to do so. So we had some CERT volunteers on standby that we were able to safely get to the community center. Susan Maybeal was able to shift out of the EOC briefly to go and open up that building. We put our emergency management intern over there, and town manager Jill Goldsmith was also on staff over there. We had anticipated, and we were working on, after the decision was made to open the community center at noon on Saturday, we had already had plans in the works. We were working with some community members to transport them to the warming center. And in the meantime, our message all along was, if you have a permanent place for shelter, whether it's a family member or a friend or a neighbor who has power, that's the ideal situation. So in the meantime, while we were working on transportation for them, they were able to find permanent shelter, which was a better scenario. So we didn't end up seeing a lot of activity at the warming center on Saturday, but it was good to be able to have it open, given the conditions out there. On Sunday, as advertised, we had planned to open the personal care site from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. And again, based on the conditions, we decided that we were going to open that up at 8 a.m. We felt like a lot of people were going to stick it out through the night at home, and to get up at 6 in the morning to a freezing cold house and have to wait until 10 to have that open was too long of a period. So we made the decision to open up at 8 on Sunday. Similar staffing scenario. We had CERT volunteers on hand. Town manager made it over there again to assist and spent the day there. And we also had Select Board Vice Chair Shireen. Kudos to you for stepping in and helping out as well. We really appreciate that. Some statistics for the personal care site. We saw approximately 90 people come through the site, most of those being on Sunday. We did assist, town staff was able to assist with transportation for people that were unable to, either didn't have transportation, didn't have a reliable vehicle to get there, or didn't feel safe driving. And rough estimate, around 10 people were transported by town staff to the personal care site on Sunday. Additionally, town staff did also assist with one family on Saturday evening, getting them to shelter, a family of 3, including a newborn, and also 2 others that were transported from the personal care site at the community center to the regional shelter. As far as transportation through the storm, based on the conditions, the road conditions, and having it be really unsafe, we were fortunate to have some the harbor master staff on hand. I was calling them spaghetti sauce all weekend because they were all over the place. They were just unbelievable. Stu and Mike and Jackson, just absolute rock stars, did whatever was asked of them. They were picking people up at home. getting into the warming site safely. They're all, have a safe vehicle to drive in those conditions. They had a plow on one of their trucks, so they were able to plow their way into driveways to get people out safely. I mentioned earlier our collaboration with private community partners. I just want to thank Bill Bogdanovich from Broadreach, provided us with a 12-passenger van that we kept at, he had it most of the day Saturday. He ended up bringing it to the fire station on Sunday in case we needed to transport a large group of people up to a regional shelter. Another component of the transportation plan, Mass DPH and the Office of Emergency Medical Services also did provide a temporary emergency waiver for us to be able to utilize ambulances to transport people to shelters. We did have to use that on Sunday to transport a few individuals by via ambulance to the personal care site. Again, I mentioned the harbor master's staff, how they were all over the place. Casey was referring to him as our Swiss Army knife. I was calling him spaghetti sauce. But they helped with the transportation. We had Jackson Goddard stayed right at the station with us, did everything we asked of him. If we needed him to go with an ambulance or a fire truck to a call to assist with plowing and getting access for first responders on those calls, he was right on it. Which was critical because it freed up. Normally we would rely on DPW staff for that, so they were able to keep their efforts focused on the roads. So that was a really, really huge service that Stu and his staff provided for us. They also assisted with general generator maintenance. As I mentioned before, they got the community center generator up and running. When we lost our generator at the fire station overnight, Saturday into Sunday, they were right there to assist with the electrician, getting cables run, whatever we needed them to do so we could focus on fire department efforts and not get pulled away to have to troubleshoot those things. So just a huge thanks to them. For the fire department response, for staffing levels, beginning Friday evening, we did a double shift +1. So what I mean by that is we doubled our normal staffing and added one, and that one additional was dedicated to the dispatch area. Normally the way we operate, people just get pulled in every which way and just do whatever job's asked of them. But when we have these storms, it's really important that somebody's assigned to dispatch and that's their only assignment, which just allows for, nice smooth operation and continuity from the dispatch desk. We maintained that staffing through Monday morning. Monday, we had a few extra people on all throughout the 24-hour shift, and then scaled down a little bit today. And by this evening, we're back down to normal staffing. For statistics, in the first 48 hours of the storm starting, we got our first storm-related call at 7 a.m. on Saturday. And in the next 48 hours, we responded to 90 incidents. And then for the 24 hours following that, so the third day, Monday, we did 20 incidents yesterday, storm-related. We're still, this moment, responding to storm-related calls, burst water pipes, wires down, you name it. Just this afternoon, we assessed a tree into the limbs down by the Rotary, which resulted in Eversource having to come out and ultimately shut down power briefly downtown. So they could safely work and remove that tree limb. So the calls keep coming in. They're slowing down gradually, but they are still coming in. And then I won't speak to the police statistics. I don't have those, but I will say from a staffing level standpoint, as we all shared our action plans throughout the week, the police, the DPW, the harbor master, they all had increased staffing levels, and we were able to meet all the needs of the public. So as I mentioned before, we did see a number of challenges, a lot of them being IT type issues and power loss type issues. But fortunately, we were able to rely on our contingency plans, which have been thought out and developed well in advance so that we could minimize interruptions in our ability to provide services. The biggest issues we saw obviously was the internet loss on Saturday, and then the generator failure at the fire department and at the DPW Saturday morning in the early hours. One thing we were able to do really quickly when we lost complete power in the pitch black at the fire department was we were able to quickly put somebody over at the police department. Fortunately, they still have their backup emergency operations center over there. And a lot of the infrastructure is really the same that we rely on in our dispatch. So we were able to position somebody there. We still had our backup phone lines at the fire station, which work even without a power supply. So we had somebody monitor the phones there, and we had somebody in a reliable dispatch center at the police department in case we had any major incident. Normal routine type stuff, we could certainly, for a brief period of time, we could pull a vehicle outside and handle some temporary dispatch from a vehicle, the radio in one of those cars. But as we get inundated with calls, or if we were to have a fire or some sort of major incident, it's really important that we have a stable environment for that dispatcher to work in. So thank you to the police department for providing that, opening their doors quickly and making that quick pivot. So just to kind of conclude, I just want to thank all the town staff again, the CERT volunteers, all our county resources, utility liaisons, especially Eversource. We've been really fortunate that the last couple of big storms, we've been given a dedicated liaison, and they've been unbelievable in helping us get power back. I know it seemed like a long time this time, and it was because it was cold. But honestly, though, they do incredible work. It's not easy work, and they know that people are really upset with them as they try to get things back online. But they're really incredible at what they do. Thanks to our public and private partnerships that assist with transportation and shelter when we need it. We have some local hotels that we have some agreements with that if somebody really is in a situation where they're maybe too vulnerable to be in a regional shelters type situation, we can reach out to those local partners and find a more suitable place for them to be temporarily sheltered. So thank you to those folks. And then, the communication between the Emergency Operations Center, the fire department, the police department, and the DPW, and the CERT volunteers, it really streamlined our response efforts, primarily in regards to plowing, tree and debris removal, which really ensured accessibility to the emergency scenes and the safety of our first responders, and also ensured that there's no duplication of effort among staff. And overall, we were able to overcome the challenges that we were presented, and had in my mindset, a very successful multi-agency operation. But as always, we'll take a deeper dive in the next week or so and take a look at what went well, what could be improved, and as always, we'll look at those. We'll take those observations, and that's what will drive our future decision making. So that's my rundown of the weekend, respectfully submitted, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Let's see. Do you, Jill, you have anyone else that's going to speak? I'll turn it over to the board.
Back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, and thank you, Justin. Listening to what you said, and we all understand plans, and to have a comprehensive plan to look at something, you're never ready unless you have a plan, but you'll never be successful unless you know how to work around it when things happen, because things always happen. Nothing is ever perfect. And even with contingency plans, you have to know what you're doing to get things done. In any case, before I end up with anything, I turn it over to the public. Anyone on the board have a comment? Shireen, you were there. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Yeah, I got it. I was there, got to see firsthand the actions of the EOC team. Of course, I worked with them last year or 2 years ago during the COVID. Gained a lot of respect for the professionality and the thoroughness of looking at every issue constantly adapting and pivoting and reassessing and realigning things as we needed. Justin, you should be very proud of yourself as taking on this, in stepping in for Director DePasquale. That seemed like it was an arduous day. I don't know. Have you gotten any rest yet? Have you slept?
I got a couple hours last night.
I know you're back on duty today, so I was just wondering about that. And I know that I heard that Susan Maybeal, she had a 20-hour stint, and DPW was working nonstop. And that's a lot for folks to jump in and for small town. Mr. Chair, I probably have some comments later, and I obviously will hear from the Selectman DeCastro and matters. But I did want to say that I know that there's going to be people that are going to talk about, the policy agreement, the policy issue around the warming center. But if you could call on folks from the town that had a problem or a question, that they had a personal issue that they needed to express to the town, to Justin while he's here, to see where that lies, get the question answered, and it'll allow him to evaluate things. And then I'll save the rest of my comments for after the public speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shireen. Yeah, that's a great idea. You read my mind. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was an excellent suggestion from Shireen. I'm glad you're going to do that. Thank you, Justin and Jill, for a very detailed and comprehensive report. And I commend all of you and all those that were involved, and including my two colleagues, Shireen Davis and Corey Metters, who I understand were also shoveling the walkway by the community center. I heard that. And thank you so much for all of that. And I do look forward to the questions and comments and concerns that members of the public might have. And I may have some comments later, but I wanted to throw two questions looking forward, based on some of the emails that I've seen that we've received. One, and maybe you want to defer response until we hear from members of the public, but there's some sentiment that we should be moving in the direction of an overnight center rather than just a personal care center. And I know that involves staffing issues and resources and compliance with certain federal and state regulations, because we've heard a significant amount of discussion about that when we had sort of a preview of the season a month or so ago from so many of you. But that might be something you might want to defer a response on until a little later. The other concern I've seen communicated in the last 24 hours or so was, is there a way that we can somehow identify and reach out to people who have lost cell phone service? Now, I fortunately had cell service. I remember the storm we had. We had a couple of storms back in, was it 2018? And in February or March, it was pretty bad. Power was out for 3 or 4 days in town. I had my cell service with one provider, and the towers were not backed up, so my service was dead. And immediately after that storm, I changed my carrier, and I didn't have a problem this time. But apparently some people did. I don't know who the carriers were. But and I know we have the police department. I think it's called the reassurance program, where people sign up and they're supposed to call in. Of course, if the cell's down, they can't call in, and the police department reaches out to them. I think they actually visit and knock on the door. Of course, this was a storm, so those are the two categories of questions. And again, you might want to defer a comment on that until we hear from members of the public about their specific questions. Maybe that makes the most sense, but I wanted to throw those out. But having said that, having brought those 2 points out, I take nothing away from the significant, very significant efforts and professional efforts that all of you put forward over this very, very challenging and difficult storm in a period of time when the temperatures were pretty forbidding. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Corey?
Hi, Peter. How you doing? Justin, thank you very much for the update. Allow me to make like one or two comments, but then I'll defer the rest of my questions and comments until later on. Yeah, I stopped by the community center, and one thing I'm going to put a note in for our budget is some better, or frankly, more shovels for the community center. Poor Selectman Davis, the shovel that was allotted that she was trying to use was less than ideal, but we made it through. And Ernie even jumped in and helped us, shovel out some of that ice. So it was a team effort there. I guess the one question I had is that I got on my notes is when I stopped in there was a call in from what I believe was an 85-year-old resident of the town, and they had a pet. I believe it was a dog. And I'm just wondering, is during this debriefing, and we may not have an answer for this right away, but with all the families out there with pets, dogs, cats, etc., we really don't have a protocol for that kind of situations. But I know a lot of time pet owners, they don't want to leave the pets behind, and so that's probably it's one of many issues that we're going to have to factor into debriefing and moving forward with. But I do know, as mentioned before, we rely so much on technology these days with cell phones and internet and everything, that at some point we got to kind of, in the back of our mind, keep going old school. Help your neighbor, have a plan in place that you check on certain people, or there's a certain person that checks on you. Because every little neighborhood will, has that little groupings capability that they can check on the neighbor, make sure they have power, make sure they can get a ride, or if they need any type of assistance. So that old school mentality really needs to factor into any future planning, and in my opinion. And I do know that when we did get power back on and internet was fired up again, I did see social posts saying, "Oh, hey, I got power. I live at this residence. Come over for a cup of coffee, charge your phone, get warm." So there were people reaching out to just complete strangers in some situations. So we never enjoyed going through these storms. I mean, we're tough New Englanders, and we do things. Some of this was did right, some of this we're going to get criticized on, and we only learn from all that and make improvements because there will be a next time. Anyone who's going to be living here, we're going to have another storm, guaranteed. So other than that, I'm going to save my comments and questions to later on, but I appreciate the update so far. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. And Justin, just before I go over, I'm going to reinforce kind of what was just said too, that what I heard mostly was that I saw a number of emails also on, okay, what about, a shelter here in Chatham, and Dean mentioned that. The other was, if you have people of a certain age, I'm approaching that are in their homes and they lose power and they haven't been put on a list, how do you get to them? And when you don't have an internet, you don't have a phone, there's, unless you bang on the doors, there's no way to do it. And so maybe the best way, and I don't want to give a judgment on it, but there's a certain personal responsibility with the people in their homes to understand their situation and get on lists that we have. And maybe we need to reach out a little bit more. That's my comment. I'll turn it over to you, Justin. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you and Corey both kind of hit the nail on the head there. I don't think the importance of checking on your neighbor can be overstated. It is so important, and we got so many calls into the EOC from people doing just that, knocking on the door and their neighbor not coming to the door, or calling them and them not answering the phone. And it's as simple as just letting us know, and we'll go check on them. Whether it's the police or the fire department, somebody's going to go check on that person. Once power started coming back on, every percentage point that customers without service goes up, it increases the level of safety of the whole community exponentially. If we go from 90% to 50%, the likelihood that a neighbor now has power and you might not just grows. So keeping that constant communication as best as you can, and sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it means you have to go door to door, but keeping that communication and letting your neighbor know, hey, just want to make sure you have power. If you don't, I do, come on over, is really important. We do the best we can to get the information out about those reassurance lists and to push information out that a storm is coming. Please prepare yourself. If you're going to be alone and you need somewhere safer to be, make those arrangements now. But we can't force people to do that. So just continuing to communicate with each other is a really important part of the whole thing.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just add that, on Sunday when we were trying to shovel out, I had a neighbor who understood, the problems that we have. It's a couple of our neighbors, and one has a steep driveway down, and I have a steep driveway up, and both of us had hip replacements. He came over and helped, especially on the steep parts, which was excellent. And then an Eversource guy stopped by and wanted to know whether we had power, just as a point. And he reminded me of where I lived for a number of years in North Dakota. And when you have a blizzard with the kind of temperatures we have up there, would be called balmy, but we were down in zeros and some minus, negative numbers with wind chills when you have that kind of wind blowing. And the boxes, and he called it the fuse boxes, but I imagine it's not some little fuse. They were frozen. They couldn't get them open, and they couldn't replace them. So we had a problem there, and they had obviously a problem with trees. So the whole idea of staying off, keeping people in and taking care of them, I think, is extremely important. So let me open it up now to the public if there are any comments anybody'd like to make, especially if you had a problem and you're not happy.
On the phone, please.
Yes, sure. Go ahead. Who is it?
Hi, Peter. It's Judy Patterson speaking. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Hello.
I think that the police and I think the fire department did outstanding work. You guys were awesome. I went down to the community center and I saw Shireen and the CERT people, and they were very nice. The one issue that I have with this storm was there was very poor communication from the town prior to the storm. It wasn't really conveyed to people exactly what was available. I had no power, no phones, and limited cell, which we've discussed. How are we supposed to get the messages and the updates for the the extended hours? I mean, so even though I had a cell phone, I don't have a generator. I had minimal power. I had to truck up the road. I'm thinking about the elderly folks. The majority of elderly folks, I'm not going to put an age range on it because they all know who they are. They don't have email. These people were left alone in their homes, and maybe some of them are on the assurance program, maybe some of them aren't. But I would think that the Council on Aging, they seem to know the ages of everybody, and I would put the onus on them to contact these people in the future. Like Justin said, these people, they have to be notified, but, sometimes the elderly kind of live in their own world, and they're not going to ask for help. I think everybody that everybody knows someone like that. They're going to sit in that house and they're going to freeze. And how many of you can honestly say right now there's not a senior in this town that they can't, confirm that if they're alive in their house? You guys can't go knocking door to door. So this is something that has to be taken care of. I was by myself. I absolutely froze, and I had a fireplace. I knew I was going to be okay, but what about these poor people? I talked to a woman I know in South Chatham before the storm, and she goes, "Oh, I hope I get the updates." I'm like, "Yeah, me too." No one knew about the shelter being open on Sunday, or like the extended hours. And I think that this is a call to open this up overnight. Okay, you need to have more staffing. It shouldn't be an issue with the money. I would gladly volunteer to come and help you guys. I just think that prior to this, again, you need to go back and do a deep dive and what's your after action review. I will say that there was a snowplow that came down my road no less than 7 or 8 times, and yet a girlfriend of mine over off of Old Comers, they never even got plowed. So there's some issues with the plowing, the scheduling, and even today they were going down the road in the bright sunshine. So I guess what I'd like to see from the board is an after-action review with plans for better communication, no less than 24 hours prior to a storm. And take into consideration, those of us that have cell phones aren't necessarily going to have power to charge them, no internet. I mean, I think everybody tried to do the best they can, and you can't fault people for that. But I think this is an opportunity to look back and see where things went wrong and what can we do better. And this needs to be communicated, not the next day before the storm. This needs to go out within the next couple of days or within the next week. Once again, I think everybody did really well. The people there were friendly, but we can't have this happen again and not be able to get in touch with the elderly. And that's all I have to say. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Judy. I see that Florence has her hand up. And do I have anybody else on the phone? Okay, Florence.
Yeah, I
Well-
just want to comment about a couple of things. Number one, in terms of neighborhood, I consider myself among the very elderly in town. We are fortunate. We do have a generator. The first thing I did the day before the storm, which I knew which was coming, was reach out to my neighbor who does not have a generator. She lives alone. She had already been contacted by another neighbor down the street who invited her to come. We invited friends of ours who live in another part of Chatham who do not have a generator to come, and they came and spent the night with us and stayed with us until Sunday at 6 o'clock when their power went on. So I think we've already said that a couple of times. The fire department, the police department cannot go, it's a waste of resources to have them go around and knock on everybody's door. So it's the importance of neighborhood, and people in the neighborhood know one another. Some do, some don't, but they're willing to reach out, and I think that's important. Secondly, as far as communication, we elderly knew well that the storm was coming. For days before, if you turned on your TV, all you did was see the modeling. And then I heard from the town a number of times. At one point, I got like my fourth call from Eversource, that one of the things it says, if you don't want to receive any more calls from us, press this button, which I did because I didn't need them anymore. So I think that, there cannot be perfection. I realize that for some people, technology is difficult. Making sure you have your cell phones plugged in and powered is important. If you have a car, you can certainly do that. The roads were cleaned very well. They came by our street. I live in River Bay, and opened that road up very early. And as a matter of fact, I went out today and I thought the roads were done very well. So I do want to compliment the town. I mean, I realize, and the people who worked so hard over this, I realize that, nothing is perfect, but we came through this well. I think nobody was hurt, which was very important. People were safe. And I commend the plan that we have. So anyway, thank you all.
Thank you, Florence. Let's see, do we have anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I know that Shireen had a comment. Yeah,
Mr.
go
Chair,
ahead.
you have one more.
Oh, I see.
speaker.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it just popped up on mine. Welcome, Elaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to say that I think the EOC and the CPD and the CFD did an outstanding job, as well as Eversource. It was a relentless and horrible storm. And it was a confluence of events that everything that could have gone wrong with the storm did. High winds, low temperatures, wet snow. The whole thing came together. I have no problems with anything they did. I think they did a super job under the circumstances, but I will go back to what has been my contention for a long time. This isn't only a problem for the elderly in terms of not having the community center overnight. It's not a matter of them not understanding technology. We lost power at 8:30 Saturday morning, and we all lost our landlines. We lost our internet. We lost our ability to get on all the social media locations to find out what was going on. And people lost water if they were on wells. AT&T went down. Many people who had it couldn't get any service at all, and Verizon was really spotty. So the problem was we didn't know what was going on. Cape Cod Tech Shelter never did open, and Nauset in Eastham was 16 miles away during the height of the storm. And then Sunday morning, we wake up to homes being 40 degrees and 45 degrees and no place to go. You can get hypothermia in that situation after a couple hours. A 45-degree home is very cold. People who had standby generators, just like what happened with the fire department, personal standby generators were going down. They were failing because of the high winds, the wet snow, and the buildup of ice and the temperatures inside of them. So they were not working. So it's not like you can just go to your neighbor who has a generator if the generator isn't working. So I guess I was concerned that by 5 o'clock on Sunday, we still had 5,800 people without power. We did not know that Eversource was going to pull off a miracle along with the EOC by finally getting most people up by midnight. And yet we closed down the community center at 7 o'clock at night, knowing that 5,800 people were still without power going into another night of 45-degree temperatures in their homes. I find that unacceptable. It is a town. We do not need a regional center, shelter. We do not need food. We do not need beds. But what the town should provide is a place for people to go when they have life-threatening conditions in their homes. People do not want to pick up the phone and call the fire department or the ambulance service to say, take me somewhere. We're very resourceful people, but if we have no place to go, it doesn't matter how resourceful we are. So I would ask that you look into how you can get it done, where it stays open, take some money out of free cash and say, we're going to pay $50 to $100 an hour to town employees who volunteer to just man the place, and tell people there will be no beds, there will be no foods, but you can bring your pets, and you just wait it out until dawn so that you can go into a house that's not pitch black and freezing cold. And until we do that, I think that we're failing the citizens here. We're on our own here. When we don't know when shelters are going to open, and we don't want to say that we're going to go, to Barnstable High School for 3 days, and then we find out Nauset is closed. The town needs to offer something, an alternative for us. Again, we're resourceful, but if it's not open and we've lost communication, so we don't know it's open. So we need a plan at the beginning, before the storm. We will keep it open, come hell or high water. And you need to know that, because when you lose communication, nobody's going to know. I would think that I bet the fire department would have gotten 10 times as many calls if people had communication. They would have been calling saying what's going on. Eversource was giving us different information than our people. And I commend them. And I think that we should make our emergency manager full-time. It is a huge job, and it's a 12-month-a-year job. And they did great work, all of them. And the linemen were incredible that they were able to pull off a miracle. But if they hadn't, I think there was a potential for disaster for a lot of our people that were in very cold homes. So thank you very much. And hopefully we can use this as an opportunity to figure out how to get around the bureaucracy of not keeping it open and finding ways to keep it open so that people know that we have a refuge in this is the worst I have seen it, where we had the winds and the snow and the frigid temperatures. It's scary. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. I see that Ann, it must be Ann Timpson. Ann?
How did you know that, Peter?
Oh,
Yes,
I don't know. I just took a while. I've seen it
Ann
before.
Dixon. Oh, you see, Ann Dixon, West Chatham.
I'm sorry.
Wow, I'm really
Hi,
glad
Ann.
I was notified of this meeting through Facebook. And Justin, I know his mother, she would be so proud of him. It was fabulous. I really feel good. I live in a neighborhood that was like you described. and looking out for each other. I don't have a generator. I have a little fireplace. And yes, Elaine, and Judy, I agree about the community center. Maybe that could be utilized more, but not be overnight or whatever. Because yeah, approaching 6 o'clock, I was a little concerned, and like I said, I'm a younger baby boomer living alone, but I was concerned about the heat and the this and the that. So I can really understand with the older population above me. So this is all really good. This town is just fabulous. From Eversource, who's not from our town, all the way to everybody who's been mentioned, seriously. So I feel really, really good about it, but the community center maybe could be utilized a little more for that. When there were 5,800, I didn't know the count. And again, as Elaine said, the miracle of it was like, wow, we got what I had a neighbor, I was not at my house, and I had a neighbor say, we got our power back. It's like, oh, good. I don't have to do another night of freezing cold. So yeah, maybe if that. And also, as Judy said, hey, there were private people helping clear the roads, helping each other neighbors snow blow, etc. That we've got a real resource here of citizens, myself included. Judy volunteered to really come out and help, as able-bodied people who could help, like Shireen did, and Jill and all of that. So yeah, this is really good food for thought, and just thank you so much. I really feel good to be living here.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else? Okay, let me bring it back to the board. I will go start in the same way I did, unless Justin or Jill like to make a comment. I know Justin's still on.
Yeah, I think Justin's
Okay.
still on. Yeah, I think that there's a lot to review. I do know that we as staff are committed to take care of everybody, especially even Sunday night with that interaction with Eversource right there with us. We had 2 people still at the community center after 7 p.m. and we worked directly with Eversource on a timing for their power, and they stayed. And we were able then to get them back home, including contacting good neighbors to help plow out either a walkway or a driveway just so those people could get home. So I think there was a lot of coordination, and certainly always looking to improve upon it as well. But I do think that there was a tremendous effort by a lot of now exhausted employees, and some of those employees are on this call too. Pam Jones at DPW was there for 20 or 24 hours, and other staff members made the call and did the call to action, even having to leave their own families. So we're here for you, Chatham, and we'll do whatever we can to help you through the storm. It was just, the roads were so awful on Saturday. It was just really challenging for us to open anything because we wanted to discourage people to not drive. But we did have deliveries to the community center by the FD and Harbor Master's office. And they eventually either went to a friend's house or went to the regional shelter. So as always, there is a after action review that we'll do internally here in Chatham, but also with the county. And that will provide useful information for us for regional shelters, sheltering, and everything else that's associated with a storm and a blizzard like this. So I want to thank, and Justin, just for one other thing, he also wore the hat of a lineman. He was outside connecting the open Cape wire to get the entire FD connected. So yeah, we all did what we can, and certainly open to any of the public suggestions as well as the board. So thank you, and thanks, Justin.
Thanks, Jill. Anything else, Justin?
Nope, just thank you all. And, we do appreciate the feedback, both positive and constructive. And, we consider all that as we move forward. We're always looking to improve the process. So thank you all.
Thank you. Shireen.
Thank you, Peter. I do want to give another shout out to Justin again, and to the team, and to the town manager, and the department heads that worked so diligently. I'm not sure of everybody, but I just wanted to say thank you. And I was very, very impressed by the CERT volunteers that manned the center and drove the folks to Nauset on Saturday night in that blizzard. The Team CERT members that I was involved with was Dave Miller. He's the volunteer coordinator for the town, and he did a tremendous job, as his wife did, and Warren and Victoria Chain. There were many others that spent hours at the community center, but I didn't get to see them. But I also want to say that there were businesses that stayed open to, feed people and provide a warm refuge. And there was places to charge your phone. And there was even one business, I think yesterday, that was offering showers, a local gym that was. And that's our community of Chatham. There were a lot of neighbors out there who had generators like Select Board member Selden had mentioned, that were reaching out to others. I know that there were folks up in Northwest Chatham and South Chatham that had their power, and they threw open their doors. And, people are doing this, during COVID, and, still their hearts were all in the right place. And I so agree with Corey on the sentiments about being a neighbor, because there's a holistic approach to the idea of preparing for a storm. And we can rely on our town infrastructure and everything, but I think we all have to take a personal responsibility for ourselves and for our friends and our neighbors in knowing if there's a big event coming. We have all so much isolated ourselves during COVID, and it's reaching out might feel a little less comfortable than it did maybe a few years ago, but it's important that we do that and make a plan. This is winter on Cape Cod, and if you have family here and you're an elder, that's great. Hopefully they're making a plan, or if they're not here, they're contacting the COA or the police well check program. It's just everybody really needs to really think about each other and have a plan before a storm. It's always better to be prepared and know what your contingencies are going to be, and be part of the solution. It really feels good to be part of the solution. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Shireen. Dean, did you have anything else?
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Just very quickly, I would echo what Shireen just said about the spirit of community as part of the solution to these very challenging situations. And I would reiterate also the overall commendation to the town for the way it handled this particular challenge, and especially to all the personnel involved. And I would encourage, as Jill indicated, that she was going to do a review of the situation, and with a view to looking to see how we can enhance things going forward. And I would encourage that, and encourage you to take into account into consideration as part of that review the comments that we heard tonight. I think it was very good to have this on the agenda tonight, because we weren't dealing with hypothetical as we were a month or so ago. We're dealing with a real nasty challenge, and so I think we can build on what we've done the past few days. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Corey, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Peter. No, a tremendous amount has been covered tonight. Clearly a big thank you to all those people who put the time and effort in to work hard and reach out to their neighbors and help the town, and did everything they could to get us through the storm. Very much appreciate the efforts. Obviously, as part of the debrief moving forward, which is something we're not going to get into tonight, we frankly don't have it yet. But yeah, we need to go a little deep dive. What could we use for future staffing? How do we want to better use the community center, operations, hours, et cetera, et cetera. We're getting into the budget season. What expenses we want to maybe rethink of a little thing. We had 3 generators, DPW, fire department, and community center with issues. So that's a less than ideal scenario to be dealing with during a blizzard. So, we got some debriefing to do. We're going to have to take some notes, and, there's always room for improvement, but I very much appreciate all the effort that was put into helping us get through this. And, stay tuned because we're New Englander, so we're going to have another storm at some point again. So get better prepared, and yes, as my fellow colleagues have emphasized the importance of being neighbors. We got to get out of this COVID cloud that we've been in for so long, and really understand who our neighbors are and how we can better be capable to help them out and have them help us out in return. So very long report tonight, but I very much appreciate all the data that's been provided tonight, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, and I'll take just a minute or two too. The storm definitely posed a problem for a lot of people, and we're all very grateful for the outpouring of help that was outpouring of help by those who reached out to help each other, as well as the Emergency Operations Center and the town and what the town has in place. I do have a final comment, and I thought this is appropriate. I haven't used quotes too often, but I've always enjoyed Teddy Roosevelt's comments. So this is going to be a paraphrase on what I believe is applicable tonight. If I could sort of end with that, and then a final comment after that. And it is a paraphrase. And to get things done, especially in an emergency, those are sort of more words. The credit belongs to those who are actually in the arena, whose faces are marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strive valiantly, and who at the worst, if they fail, at least fail while daring greatly, so that their place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory or defeat. One thing about Teddy Roosevelt, he was not subtle. He tended to be blunt. But I in a lot of ways, when you're out in this kind of a storm, I think this is applicable. So just in my final comment is I do want to recognize, like everyone else has, all the employees and volunteers who are out working this weekend in blizzard conditions, from the Chatham Fire, police, our harbor master, other members of the emergency management team, our maintenance crews, the personal care centers, the CERT volunteers that were at the community center. And I know there's many, many more, and I probably have missed them. We cannot say thank you enough for your dedication, your long hours, exemplary performance, and flexible plans, contingencies, helping the rest of us get through this storm. And overall, you did not fail or hesitate, and were prepared for the worst. I think you are all very well appreciated. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, we'll move now to our next agenda item, into our business agenda item. And the first thing up is the Monomoy Regional School District. And welcome, Scott Carpenter, and thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chair?
I missed something?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I got it. I'm sorry. I got involved with Teddy Roosevelt. I love the guy. His quotes anyway. I need public. I'm sorry. We have public comments for our business agenda items, except for the Monomoy Regional School District. Let's see. Do I have any hands up? I see Florence.
Yes, I'll be very brief. I'm speaking as chair of the Environment Committee of the League of Women Voters of the Cape Cod area. The League of Women Voters of the Cape Cod area, the League of Women Voters of Plymouth, and other organizations have taken strong positions against the dumping of wastewater into Cape Cod Bay. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. There was a speak out last night in Plymouth that was in person, attended by about 50 people. And then the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel met on Zoom, and there were about 100 people. But very briefly, as part of the decommissioning of the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant, the owner, Holtec Pilgrim, plans to dump 1 million gallons of radioactive water into Cape Cod Bay, causing long-term harm. The League and others call on Holtec to be responsible, and I hope you will too, and immediately remove dumping into the bay from their business plan. Currently, Holtec has the ability to dump at any time without prior approval of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. A recent article by Christine Laguerre in the Provincetown Independent included an interview with a Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute expert who said, the shape of the land creates a semi-enclosed space. Whatever is put in the bay would stay there a long time. And I just want to quote from, this was a same, it was a print, what do I want to say, handout and given, and a also a by the league and several other groups. And John Pappalardo is quoted. John says, in particular, we believe that a proposal from Holtec International, responsible for decommissioning the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant in Plymouth, to discharge the Massachusetts Bay into the Massachusetts Bay is a serious breach of public trust and environmental stewardship, with potential for wholesale economic harm as well. Holtec has no right to use our Commonwealth's marine environment as their dumping ground, while the company says there will be no environmental or health impacts. Their proposal invokes a strategy that has been discredited time and again. The solution to pollution is not dilution. And there were others from environmental groups, from the Massachusetts Seafood Collaborative, that made similar type statements. So I hope you will sign on to that letter protesting the dumping into the bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Florence. Do I have anyone else? And Shereen, your hand's still up, probably just to remind me. Good. I see no others. Now we'll move ahead. And welcome, Scott, again.
Thank you, Peter. I also have Michael McMillan, our business manager, here with us tonight. And we also have tonight here Dr. Jennifer Kelly, who is the new principal at Chatham Elementary School, who I don't think the board's ever had the chance to meet. So we've virtually brought her with us as well.
Super. Thank you very much. And nice seeing you again, Michael, and very nice to meet you, Jennifer.
Good evening.
Thank you.
So I don't know, Jennifer, if you want to just turn the camera on and just say hi and introduce yourself, and then I can jump in and.
She's in.
Yeah, so I'll just introduce myself quickly. My name is Jennifer Kelly. I have been here at Chatham Elementary for the last 6 months. I started in July. It's been fabulous. The weather, not so great this weekend, but overall it's better than coming from Worcester County where I was living before. So this is definitely better than that. I've been coming to Chatham my entire life. My grandparents lived here for over 40 years. It's just a dream to be here and be working in this community with these amazing students and staff. I'm thrilled to be here and so grateful to be here with all of you tonight.
Well, welcome again.
So, Peter, tonight, what we're going to do is I'll go talk about the recommended revisions to the regional agreement, and Michael will jump in on the next agenda item and talk all things budget for you, and we'll answer questions whenever you take them. Okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So I will go share my my computer screen for the slide deck that we have for the revisions. There's a document that's part of the agenda pack in addition to the slide deck that we went and combined the current regional agreement with the changes, because it's not the entire document that's changing. There's only some concrete areas. So what we've done is in the revised or in this document that has the changes, anywhere there's a change to the regional agreement, the page is changed to a landscape, so that the language, the current, the existing language is on the left side, and the right side of that document has the language that's changing. We were looking at it, the red line version was getting increasingly difficult for anyone to read. And this way, we've sort of done away with the red line so that you can actually see on one side what a paragraph said, and on the other side how it's been changed. So the presentation that we have really just focuses on those spots in the regional agreement where that has changed. So let me get to Can you see that, Peter?
Yes, I can see it. It's good.
Okay. So, so just to start off with a little bit about why we are moving or proposing to see changes to the regional agreement. These have already, this presentation has already been given to our school committee. It's been given to the Harwich Select Board, and we're here tonight to present it to your board. Both our school committee and the Harwich Select Board have already voted to support moving forward these changes. There are two reasons to change aspects of the regional agreement. First, there's some obsolete language, and we will ultimately be changing that, but we have proposed doing this as a two-step process. So we'll get to all of that obsolete languages at a subsequent town meeting. But what we are focusing on in the near term is to address some fiscal things. And I have been, talking for a number of years now about, I think, concerns I have about a fiscal inequity that has been happening with our regional agreement. And I'm sure that nobody, when they were putting together the regional agreement, intended for this to happen. But the way the regional agreement operates on the assessment piece of it, it really is creating a situation where the town of Harwich is subsidizing the operational costs of a much smaller Chatham Elementary School, because it's much smaller than Harwich's elementary school. So as I said, the intent is to really do this as a two-step process where we address all things fiscal at the spring town meetings in this year, 2020 or 2022, and to deal with all of the obsolete language at a later meeting. So to understand sort of the fiscal challenge that exists, it's truly just an economies of scale issue. So Dr. Kelly, as wonderful as she is not able to go and provide the same services that we provide at Harwich Elementary. So we have the same curriculum, the same opportunities that we have there for students in both of the schools. But just because her building is so small, we can't do that for the same cost per child. And you have these, this concept of economies of scales, operates in the private sector as well. But it's, we're seeing it happen, when it comes to the operation of an elementary school that's roughly 3 times the size of Chatham Elementary School over at Harwich versus Chatham Elementary School. And we've brought this up before that our elementary school budgets are, for Chatham Elementary. And when we do, if you look at our, the numbers that make up our budget, we have, we carry a budget for Chatham Elementary School. We carry a budget for Harwich Elementary School. We are putting forth the same curriculum, the same extracurricular things, the same elective options for students during the days, but the cost to do that at Chatham Elementary School per student, using FY22 dollars, the net cost per student at Chatham Elementary School is just over $19,000, where the cost to educate a student at Harwich Elementary School, because of size, is just over $12,000. The way our regional agreement works is that the costs to run the elementary schools, the regional agreement's blind to those. It just takes those costs and applies them by the sort of weighted foundation, or the ratio of the foundation enrollment, which at the moment finds that roughly 75% of those costs are borne by Harwich and Harwich taxpayers, and 25% of those costs by Chatham and the Chatham taxpayers. But what happens is that if you look at this and say, okay, if the town of Harwich just paid for its own elementary school, the town of Harwich in this current year, FY22, the operating budget for its elementary school is just over $6 million, but we are assessing Harwich for elementary costs of over $6,600,000, whereas the cost of operating Chatham Elementary School is $2 million or $2.7 million, but we're assessing the town of Chatham based on the way the regional agreement operates for just over $2 million. So again, it makes more fiscal sense for Harwich if they were just paying for their own elementary school, and the way we have kind of set up the assessment piece in the regional agreement recommended revisions is to have Chatham then pay for its elementary schools costs. So, why this is really important to both towns. In terms of Harwich, it makes this, it makes the operation of the school district more fiscally equitable. And why this matters actually to Chatham taxpayers is we have to keep in mind that that almost every year that I've been here, or I think actually every year that I've been here, it's really been the Harwich budget and what Harwich is able to go and pay towards the school that has been the limiting factor in terms of what sort of programs and we can offer. So so the more fiscal relief we can provide on the Harwich side of this, the better off that we are going to be in terms of having strong school budgets that benefit all children in both towns. So there are a number of different revisions that end up showing up in this document, and we'll kind of walk through these in order. So the first is how the school committee votes to approve a budget, then how school choice revenues are allocated, how the operating assessment is calculated, how capital assessment's calculated, how the debt assessment's calculated, the timing of the payments in terms of how the towns pay the school district for the operation of the schools, and the last one is requirements for incurring debt. So we have looked at the regional agreement with the school district's attorney and have been sending drafts of this of changes to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to get their feedback, and have incorporated feedback from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education that we've gotten so far into these revisions, so that you'll see that we're trying to go and make the changes that that DESE is saying that we need to have, in addition to the things that that operationally are would get us to the point where the towns are paying for the operational costs for their own elementary schools. So first, for the language on how the school committee votes to approve a budget. The existing language currently says, and it has a sentence in it, and it's I think a really important sentence that I know is looked at as very important, particularly for Chatham. In that, there's a line that says, the said proposed budget shall be approved by majority vote with at least one committee member from each member town voting in the affirmative. What the Department of Education has said is that to have that clause after the comma it runs against state statute. That state statute says that regional school districts have their budgets approved by the regional school committee by a majority vote, and that we can't go have something in our regional agreement that is more restrictive than just a majority vote. So what we have proposed to the Department of Education is to change that to actually have the way our school district has been operating as a way to make sure that we have Chatham voices in the formation of that budget as it's moving forward for a vote at the school committee. So what we have proposed is that to say that the regional school district shall have a budget finance subcommittee, which it does, always has, and it has, and that it will be charged with, among other things, to develop a budget. The budget finance subcommittee shall have 4 members, 2 of which are from each member town, which is the practice that the school district has had. The budget finance subcommittee shall vote to approve a proposed budget by majority vote with at least 1 member of each member town voting in the affirmative. And that essentially is what happens. We have had a budget subcommittee that works with the business manager and I in the development of this budget that moves forward to the school committee. The school committee then would according to the revised language here, it says said proposed budget shall be approved by majority vote of the regional school district school committee. So there's not a clause after that, which is what Desi's saying. We can't have any clause after that sentence. So that's the first change in the regional agreement. The second one deals with how school choice revenue is allocated. Currently, there isn't any language in the regional agreement about how we allocate school choice revenue. But because we're breaking out essentially the elementary schools as 2 separate cost centers as we prepare the budget, we want to make sure that each cost center gets an equitable amount of the revenue that comes into the school district through school choice. So what we're putting in is a brand new clause that didn't exist in the current regional agreement. This basically saying that the revenue that comes into the school district, that we're going to allocate that to each of the schools based on the ratio of enrollment for the ratio of enrollment in those schools for the preceding 3 years. So we're looking at how many students are at Chatham Elementary School, how many students are at Harwich Elementary School, how many students are at the middle school and high school, to determine how much of the school choice revenue should be allocated, so that we're not in a situation where let's say Harwich Elementary is getting a disproportionate amount of revenue or vice versa. The third place that the regional agreement would be changing happens in the assessment calculation, and so there are hyperlinks in this document, and this is posted on the website that kind of get into the meat and potatoes of it. But essentially, as we said, that we're breaking out the operational costs of both of the elementary schools and the operational costs of the region, which would be central office, the middle school and high school, which are the 2 fully regionalized buildings. And we would be using the enrollment figures to apportion the state set minimum local contributions and budget revenue for each of those 3 operational centers. And then we assess the elementary school operating costs based on the ratios, the apportioned, we use the enrollment figures to apportion the remaining operational costs to each member town, which is what we which is the way we currently set it out. So we pay for the elementary schools, and then you take the rest of what the fully regionalized middle school costs, high school costs, and central office costs, and those are done on that 3-year rolling average of foundation enrollment. So the fourth piece in terms of how capital assessment is cost or is calculated. Currently, the language has the capital assessment is basically done where it's you take those costs based on the 3-year rolling average for each town's foundation enrollment. Here, because we're breaking out the elementary schools, Chatham would be responsible for the capital costs in its elementary school. Harwich would be responsible for the capital costs in its elementary school. But the capital costs at the middle school and high school would be done per the current regional agreement based on the foundation enrollment in each town. The same when it comes to calculating the debt portion. So if there is debt that happens at the middle school, it would be, or the high school, it would be borne by both towns, but debt that would happen at either elementary school would be borne by those towns. The next piece is on the timing of payments. So there's language in the existing regional agreement that says when Chatham will be paying its portion of the assessment in which months, and which months Harwich will be paying the assessments or its portion of the assessments. But in the last 10 years since the district has regionalized, both towns have come up with a schedule that has been working for each of them that runs a little different than the existing language. So what we're doing is just shifting the language to fit how that has worked, where Chatham is paying in August, October, December, February, April, May, and June. The final piece in the regional agreement proposed revisions is language on incurring debt. So currently, there's a section in the regional agreement, and this is something that the Department of Education is saying that we need to change as well, because the language runs the language that exists in the regional agreement runs contrary to state statute. But it basically says that in the future, if there is a need to go and incur debt, it says that the school committee can decide by majority vote to choose one of either two ways that regional school districts can incur debt based on state statute. And I'll jump into those in a second here. The issue is that if you're incurring debt, it's not supposed to be a majority vote. It's supposed to be a 2/3 vote. So the first piece is to change that language to a 2/3 vote. And then what the Department of Education is wanting us to do is to not say that we'll choose, but basically that we'll state in advance within the regional agreement which of the two methods would be our default, but the school committee could opt to go the other way with a 2/3 vote, because that's the way state statute is reading. So the school district has chose to take the approach which is specified by Chapter 71, Section 16N. So the two different approaches, it's either Section 16N or Section 16D. Section 16N states that you would have to go not only if you're going to incur debt, not only go and have it approved at town meeting, but also have it approved at the polls. whereas section D says that all you have to do is have it approved at town meeting. So it's, so the school committee is saying, let's go with sort of the more restrictive route, which is actually the way the region came to be, so that when there was borrowing for the high school, it wasn't just approved at town meetings, but it was also approved at the polls as well. So that's the slides on that, and I'll stop there to take questions and clarify anything.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I'm glad you did that because I was going to ask you to do that. I see Dean's hands up. Let's start with Dean. I think he has the same question I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of comments. First, I do really want to commend you, Scott, and your department, your district administration on the format for the slides and the handout. That was so much better than a redlined copy. I don't know who came up with the idea, but it's brilliant. I have really two or three. The first has to do on page 11, and this is the change in the elimination of the clause that requires that there be one committee member from each town voting on the budget. And I realize the explanation that's given is that this is required by state statute and has been dictated by DESE. I requested an opinion of our own town council in Chatham yesterday, and I know that Jill has forwarded that to Mr. Costello. I don't believe we've gotten that back, but I really would like to hear what he has to say about this as a legal requirement before I'm comfortable signing off on that. The second has to do with the final point that you made on the last slide on page 22, the incurrence of debt. So as I understand it, the committee is defaulting to the two-step process with a town meeting vote and an election ballot vote on debt. Is that the intention?
Correct.
So if that's the intention, I went and looked at the statute, albeit quickly. You're basically defaulting to subsection D, but at subsection D of section 16 is the section that utilizes only the town meeting. It's subsection N that as I read the statute, that refers to that utilizes the two-step process. So I'm wondering if that's an erroneous statutory reference, whether it shouldn't say in that last section, and choose to incur debt using the process that appears in subsection N instead of subsection D of chapter 71, section 16.
Oh, so
you might want to run by council unless I'm missing something here, but go ahead.
Yeah. So just to clarify that, Dean, so state statute lets a school committee opt to go either direction. But so there are two means by which debt could be borrowed, and in state statute, and you could choose one or the other by a 2/3 vote to borrow. But what DESE is what DESE is saying is that it should also be a 2/3 vote if you choose to go with the other method. So the language reads that the school district will vote to incur debt consistent with chapter 71, section 16N. That's the default. But state statute also lets a school committee choose to go a different route. It could choose to go with subsection D, but in order to do that, it would have to do it by a 2/3 vote.
So that's the innovation that you're introducing. That
So so the original language said that that the school committee could choose by majority vote, and then
Okay.
and it would choose which of those two methods by majority vote, but it needed to be by 2/3 vote, and Desi wanted to have the school committee choose a default, like which one of these two is going to be your standard mode of operating, and what would what's the other option out there that you would have to elect to do only by a 2/3 vote.
So the two sentences give the committee an option here, though. The first sentence says they may vote under 16N, and that's the two-step process. That's the town meeting and the election. So I'm assuming that under 16N, you only need a simple majority vote of the school committee of the school committee and town meeting.
Because it's borrowing, you'd still need a 2/3 vote.
Yeah, I'm somewhat confused because so it's a 2/3 vote of the school committee or 2/3 vote of town meeting?
Both.
Okay.
Because it's incurring debt, and the original language, the original language left it or had it said that the school district committee by majority vote could choose a process.
Choose a process.
So Desi's correcting that. No, state statute says it should have been a 2/3 vote. And again, lawyers looked at this 10 years ago, and a new administration's with Desi and new lawyers, and they're looking at it yet again when we go for a review, and they're saying, oh, here's something that wasn't caught the first time around in this section. Just like up above in the first change that you brought up, Dean, there was a change with regard to to adopting a budget that Desi's saying, right, no, here's something that you need to change because it's in each case they're going against state statute. The state statute for this last piece on incurring debt, state statute gives school committees the ability to go and choose one or the other. But what Desi's saying is, yes, even though it has the ability, you have the ability to choose, define what your default method is going to be.
Well, just a tangential comment, since you brought up the prior point that I made. It's curious that requirement to have one member from each town vote in the majority on the budget. I'm assuming the same statute was in effect 6 years ago, but and the state didn't step in at that point and stop it. That's why I thought we should get opinion from our town council. But let me go back to this incurring of debt, because I just want to understand how this works. So if this new paragraph is adopted, if the school committee wants to incur debt, they can approach it in either of two ways. They can proceed under 16N, and by 16N you need a vote of the school committee, and you're saying that's a 2/3 vote of the school committee, and you need a 2/3 vote from each town meeting, and you need a ballot, which would be simple majority election at the town elections.
Right.
Or if the school committee wanted to eliminate the second step of going to town elections and just have town meetings approve the debt, then the school committee, by a 2/3 vote, can proceed under Section D. Is that how that's going to work?
Correct, but it would have to vote to do that, to do something different there, to elect for D.
They have to take the vote. I know that there was a couple of years ago, there was a huge dispute between Dennis and Yarmouth because they voted to approve some plan, I guess, as between the two, a financing plan between the two towns, and there were people who objected because the school committee did not place it on the ballot.
I think that's where you want to. I think our committee wants to err on the side
Okay.
of caution by involving both town meeting and the ballot as the default method. So and we've been talking about the potential for the need to put a roof on an elementary school at Chatham Elementary and the middle school, and so there may be a need out there in the not too distant future to have a vote that might involve debt for roofs.
Okay. Okay, I understand it now. So your default position is basically in the first sentence. And if the school committee wants to deviate from the default position, then they act under the second sentence.
Correct.
So, okay, my final comment is on page 17. This is the assessing the costs for debt. And in the pink paragraph, the pink box, the second sentence under number 2, all other debt service costs attributable will be assessed to the member town that owns the building. The first number 1 deals with paragraph number 1 deals with the high school and the middle school. I guess I was wondering, are there other debt costs that are associated, that might be associated, let's say, with the regional district's administrative operations that are housed in a Chatham-owned building, for which Chatham would be responsible? And I guess I'm wondering why you don't just say debt service costs attributable to the district's elementary schools will be assessed to the member town that owns the building.
Yeah, we could go on the next iteration of this. Just have it say elementary school, because that's essentially what it's getting at. Is you have middle school and high school are number 1, the 2 elementary schools are number 2 there in that one.
Okay, your administrative offices are at the Chatham middle school, aren't they? At the middle school, Chatham, right? Again, I was just wondering whether I was utilizing the language that's contained on page 15 regarding the capital costs.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's necessary or not. I just wondered whether I'm dealing with a hypothetical that really isn't realistic. It doesn't exist. That there are sort of costs that are associated with the district's administrative operations that are housed in the Chatham building, and we would be responsible solely for it, and Harwich wouldn't be chipping in to pay those costs. That's all I was getting at. But maybe this language just covers that intent anyway. Those are my comments.
There aren't, but I think the point that you bring up maybe is a good one in terms of clarifying that we could. Okay. I can speak to our school district's attorney to say, in our next iteration, would it make sense to not leave number 2 in this section? And I believe it probably does the same thing in the prior section on capital, where we're where we clarify it's middle high school for the number 1 bullet, and it's the elementary schools that are owned by the town for the number 2.
Okay, I'll just thank you. I'll just sum up by saying that I just subject to getting some confirmation from our own town council, on the point, which is probably going to be in agreement with what your attorneys are telling you and what the state is telling you. I think. I think this makes sense. It's just, it's tough for the Chatham taxpayers to appreciate. I think that we're going to have to pay something more if we want to keep our elementary school going. But we want to keep our elementary school operational. So we're going to have to make some additional sacrifices, and I think this is a reasonable approach. Unfortunately, Select Board Member Dykins, who was really intimate with this, is not here tonight, so it'd be interesting to get his perspective. But my initial blush at it is a positive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Shireen.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Dean, for your deep dive into this, though. It's always good to have an attorney that understands statutory laws and has this background. It's helpful for our committee to have you on board. Really appreciate that. And so that was helpful for me. I really like to hear about the the legal opinion from our town council as well on the budget vote. But I think in all honesty, I think that this is all fairly fair and equitable. There is, the town did. We've had town forums, and people are generally, what we've heard from our townspeople is that they are in favor of taking on this task. So taking on the responsibility rather of our own school in this way. So and we'll find out at town meeting if that is the case. But Scott, what were the votes from the school committee?
What were the votes?
Yeah.
So I think in terms of how many voted
For and against, yeah.
I would have to go back. I think they were either unanimous, or I don't know if I think that either all or almost all, like, probably while Michael's doing his budget presentation, I can probably flip over and go back to the minutes. But
please don't. Just a census of what what the vote was in majority.
They're very supportive of it. The same with the Harwich board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Peter?
Thank you, Shereen. Yes.
In response to Shereen's question, I thought I read in the Chronicle that it was a unanimous vote by all 8 members of the board.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. That's why I asked. Thank you.
That's my recollection anyway.
Okay, thank you both. Corey?
Thank you, Peter. Scott, thank you for the presentation so far. No, I mean, yes, I echo the opinion of my colleagues that our town council should weigh in and give us some guidance on this. I have no issue with that. I just have questions on two specific areas. One would be the school committee vote and the makeup of those changes. Were there? I did not watch the school committee meeting that endorsed this. Was there any pushback or input provided by the public in that area during that vote?
There wasn't. We didn't get, to the best of my recollection, we didn't have feedback from the public or public comment regarding the changes there. There were conversations at the table with amongst the school committee members, but I think they all I think we're looking at that this is the way the wording is in the proposed revisions. It's sort of speaking to how the district actually has been operating for the last 10 years, which has a budget subcommittee that has membership from both towns, and before anything moves forward to the whole committee, it's worked through so that there's consensus with all, with membership from both towns in that subcommittee.
Okay, well, I mean, I know I'm very supportive of our elementary school, and I think for the most part, I would venture to say that the community is very supportive of our Chatham Elementary School. So, but I do know there's going to be some that are going to be concerned about, the dollar amount that we're going to have to pay moving forward, which is fine. But they're going to have the question of, okay, well, if we pay more, what are we getting out of that? This is an area that they might scrutinize more. So I'm just curious to see if there's any public input at some point that has any concern in this area. So that's the one thought I had when I was going through the packet. And then the second area, I just want a little bit of clarification, because when we're looking at capital improvements to the various schools, if we move forward with these changes, it's been clear. The middle school and high school will be divided according to the ratios that are being provided, and that the elementary school in Harwich and the elementary school in Chatham, any of those capital costs, say roofs or anything like that, would be taken on by the host town. So my question for clarification is, I'm sure each of those buildings have some some level of capital projects that have been queued up. So where's, I guess, the break point? I mean, are we going to have certain projects that are going to be finished up under the current ratio, or is this going to happen immediately after passage at both town meetings? I guess where's the transition point? Because I'm again, I'm assuming, we say, let's just go with Chatham Elementary School. I'm sure there's going to be certain capital improvements that have been in the queue. Some may have been pushed off for, one reason or another. Can you just clarify how that transition will work for each school, please?
Sure. And Michael, you might want to chime in on, what's in the queue, but, what we do across the district in each one of the buildings is keep up with the the maintenance inside the building and outside the building, and there are some things that need to get done, be it roofs, siding, and Michael will also bring up the boilers that are out there in the near, we'll call it in the near future. But those, so I think when Michael starts talking about the FY23 budget, there are capital things that are happening within that budget in each one of the buildings. But there are, there's also, this looming capital need to address, bigger things at the middle school and at Chatham Elementary when it comes to roofs and siding and not very far off there, boilers as well. So Michael, do you want to chime in?
You're on mute, Michael.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, exactly as you said, we have, and part of the presentation, we'll give it a minute, we've got our kind of capital plan for the next 6 to 7 years. It does have the roofs and boilers, and there are more projects at the Chatham Elementary School than at the Harwich one, just because of the nature of the building. To the question of when would it take effect, it would be immediate. So if we pass this change to the assessment method at this upcoming town meetings, then the projects, we don't have any multi-year projects ongoing at the moment, so the impact would start immediately to any new projects which were started, apart from the high school.
Okay, so just for clear, just to focus on one particular item, the roof at the elementary school, probably a significant budget item, has been identified previous. Do you see any pushback with the concept of immediately, having the transition that now instead of a mutual project, it becomes the host town? I guess that's. I'm just trying to read from the conversations I've had with people in the community, and how this is going to play out at town meeting and where the concerns are coming from. And I'm just a little concerned that, we've talked about the roofs before. We know we're going to have to fix them. We know they're going to have a significant cost. What is the equitable thing to do as far as, do we finish off certain capital projects before this kicks in? Or if this kicks in, is that fair for both communities? So that's the question I'm throwing out there. I have a little concern over that, but we can probably tackle that more in the budget later on in the presentation if you want to do it that way too. So thank you.
I think, Corey, maybe the way to conceptually think about it is, we have not, as a school district, had to do anything major when it comes to capital projects at either elementary school. So it's, we could say, I would look at it that if you were to look at that, it would be fair to both towns, because if Chatham's taking on this roofing project, in the near future, the change in the regional agreement, essentially is also stating that in the future, when Harwich needs its roof done on its elementary school, it's going to be wholly responsible for its roof. So it's, and I think you could imagine if we were to replace the roof under the existing regional agreement and Harwich was paying 75% of the cost of the roof on Chatham Elementary School's building, and then we change the regional agreement as it currently stands to the proposed revisions or the recommended revisions, and Harwich needs a roof, 10 years from now, I think the folks in Harwich would be saying, hey, why isn't the town of Chatham paying a portion of our roof?
No, Scott, that's very helpful to knowing that neither of the elementary schools has had any quote major capital components like that being in the budget. So I do appreciate that information. Thank you.
And I think probably the biggest capital thing that's happened at either elementary school has been in the neighborhood, or has been in the area of playgrounds, and both towns have actually been the ones to step up to deal with the playground at their elementary school.
All right, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. And I'll just add that I think I'll add that the way the presentation was made, much better than having red lines. I hope we could do that with bylaws, for heaven's sake. But this was well done. As mentioned, Jeff isn't here. I'll just read a little bit part of the a text he sent in, and he said he needs to review the budget and review it a little bit more. He's been stuck and stranded since Saturday. I'm not feeling sorry for him. He's warm down where he is. But besides that, he's flying back now. And the other question he had, which we could probably talk to when we get into the budget, he wondered why the school committee did not recommend a preschool program. And I had the same question. So we'll see how that moves. But anyway, that's it for this section, I believe, unless we have any public input. Shireen, your hand's still up, or is that? Okay.
No, Peter, thank you.
Oh, you bet. Any public input or questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Scott, and Michael.
All right, Michael, it's all yours.
I'm going to try and present PowerPoint presentation. All right, can you see the? Should see draft F so 3 slide boards. All right, excellent. All right, good. Good evening, everybody. So,
Mike,
hello.
Before you start, I see Elaine's hand is up. Elaine Gibbs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one or two questions. I remember that Superintendent Carpenter had said within the last year that we're going to need a new regional elementary school within the next 10 years. So I was wondering if that's still the concept, and if so, when we're starting to talk about renovations on buildings that may be replaced, has that strategy changed in terms of what we're looking at? And secondly, it's just an observation that, this entire thing here is in my view, a fiscal Band-Aid, that we have a problem, obviously, that we're going to have to contend with in terms of inequity and cost. But I haven't heard any mention of the kids and what solutions we're looking for to change that dynamic where our school is small. I don't think it's only because, Chatham real estate is high, it's high everywhere. We had talked about redistricting, or maybe, I know that there were quite a few Harwich families who actually wanted to have their children go to Chatham because they lived on the border. Have we just abandoned all those other alternatives and we're just thinking that this is the only thing we can do to save Chatham? Because I think the kids, the smaller their classes get, the more they suffer. And I would like to think that there are some other things on the table that we're considering at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Scott?
Sure. Just to clarify things, Elaine, and I appreciate the question. To be clear, I think those two were sort of related to conversations that we were having a year or so ago that dealt with, we were looking at different elementary models, and should we look at a model that redistricts students from that would create a situation where there's redistricting of let's say East Harwich to Chatham Elementary School, but that the regional agreement as it stands doesn't permit that type of redistricting. So that's not in this iteration of changes. When it came to looking at a new school building, what I had mentioned is that that we have to at least acknowledge that while both elementary schools are in good shape, Chatham Elementary clearly needs a new roof in the near future, but the two elementary schools are they've been kept up. They are also both 50+ year old buildings, and what I had said is that if we look off into the future, and the question is how far off into the future, I said, would it make sense at some point that we look at some sort of regionalized elementary school? And again, we'll have to look at what town populations are going to be doing. But we're looking well beyond the 10-year out threshold there. And we also heard very clearly from families in Chatham that they want to see a Chatham Elementary School continue it within the town of Chatham. So this is attempting to go and make sure that voice is heard and supported, that it's maintaining an elementary school in Chatham. There is provisions within the way the district operates that there is inter-district school choice or intra-district school choice. So families from Harwich can elect to go to Chatham Elementary School if there's space available at that grade level, and vice versa. And we do see a number of Harwich families that elect to go to Chatham Elementary School over the years. And in fact, I think the majority of individuals who are attending Chatham Elementary from another town are actually from Harwich, but that's in part because Harwich wraps around Chatham. It's Chatham's wrapped around by Harwich and water, so you do find some families that that have a long history of being part of the Chatham Elementary community.
Yeah, I understand that you can't just redistrict without changing the agreement, but we had talked about that as a potential. So I'm just saying, has that been abandoned, or are you still looking at the possibility of even just moving, since we do wrap around, changing that line so that the children would actually come to Chatham? It seemed like it would be the simplest solution if it's the same distance to drive for the parents, and it is actually maybe even closer. It seems like that would be a long-term solution to save Chatham, that you have Harwich students that are coming to Chatham that live on the border of Chatham. And there were those discussions, and then they seemed to die off. So I was just wondering if they're being resurrected, because I think this is a short-term Band-Aid. I think we have to come up with something more creative to save Chatham. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Michael, it's yours.
Okay, you can see the slides, okay? Are they visible? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so slight change of tact for a minute, and we'll talk about the budget, and then come back round to the assessments and the different outcomes from the two assessment methods we're looking at. So the really key takeaways, the 30,000-foot view of what I'm about to present. We're looking at the budget request, which is just shy of $43 million. It's a $1.3 million increase, which is just short of 3.3%. The assessments, we have two different assessment methods we're looking at, and they are increases of either 3.2% or 11% for Chatham, compared to this year's assessment, or 2.8% or 2.8% or 0.4% for Harwich. And I'm going to go into more detail on where those numbers come from, but that's the high level view. I know we're talking a lot about COVID still, but that doesn't actually impact our budget very significantly, not directly anyway. And where there are some impacts, that's been mitigated by state and federal funding. Where our enrolment is decreasing, no less, much less so this year, but expected to continue to decrease next year, and that is allowing us to make a reduction of one teacher in grade 4, but we are also requesting a new special education teacher for lower grades to help with some of the behaviours we're seeing there. And finally, there's no reductions in any of the programs that are being offered by the district, and nor are there any new programs planned, though we do want to continue to invest in the programs that we are currently running. So that's a really high level overview. So then the process that we go through to develop the budget, I mean, there's these 3 steps, and they're kind of iterative, and we go back and forth between them. But first of all, we work out how much the district plans to spend next year. And along at the same time, really, we're looking at what revenue is available. And then once that's been calculated, we're able to calculate the assessment for each town. So I'm going to go through each of these 3 steps. Obviously, the first step is our planned expenditure. So what drives the district's need to spend? So we have our mission and our strategic objectives. The district has a strategic plan, and these are reflected particularly in the budget priorities. Student needs, obviously, we start on an assumption that we're providing a level service budget. So that means we're continuing to provide the same level of services to the students coming through our doors as we provided in the year before, so in this year. We do make adjustments to class sizes so that we keep them in at the target range. We have contracts, all of our staffing contracts are settled and have cost of living allowances around 2.5%. And then there are major items which impact the budget, and I'll talk a little bit more of them in a minute. And we are always mindful as we develop this budget, particularly, as we get into step 3 and then reflecting back on the budget, on the financial outlook for both towns, and what increase that's going to make for Chatham and Harwich. So yeah, that's the budget request. This just gives you the FY22 request, which was 41.5 million, and our FY23 is 42.9 million. So FY22 was, under 1% increase from the previous year. So obviously that was a very tight budget. So this year is kind of back to a similar level, kind of more like the average increase that there's been in place since the district was formed. So I know there's a lot of text on this slide, and it's not the prettiest to look at, but it just really breaks down, in the major buckets, what is driving the budget changes. Staffing, both in the salaries and in health insurance, and even then retirement. So all those are really the most significant change to the budget. And this is not increasing the number of staff. This is just contractual salary increases. Health insurance, that is based at the moment on a 6% increase, which could change. We will find out tomorrow what Barnstable County Health Associate Health Group will approve as the percentage increase on our health insurance for next year, and that may come down below 6%, which would which would result in a saving to the budget. Retirement contributions have gone up this year. The assessment that we have to the Barnstable County Retirement Association has gone up. And then there are some budget priority requests, which I've got a slide on in a few slides. We are seeing, as a lot of people in the Cape are, some increase in our property insurance due to the kind of perceived risk and also the cost of construction. As that goes up, we are adjusting our insurance. And out of district tuition, that's when we pay for some students to receive education at specialised schools. Those are students who are resident Monomoy attending students, but they attend specialised schools and we pay for them. And that can sometimes lead to big fluctuations in the budget, but this year it's a small increase based on the number of expected placements next year. So those are the kind of main items pushing the budget up. There are a few items which are going in the opposite direction. So our school choice and charter tuition assessments. So that's the money that we pay essentially to other districts or charter schools, where Harwich and Chatham resident students attend other public schools or charter schools. And the number of those students has gone down from last year into this year, and we believe into next year as well. So that's allowed us to reduce slightly the expected tuition that we'll have to pay for that. And we have taken a conservative approach because that number can change. High school construction, it's not really a saving, it's just that the scheduled debt payments on the high school construction, the way the debt payments are structured, the amount we have to pay each year to service that debt goes down slightly, and that just delivers a saving there. And then all the other changes, you know, we have a lot of account lines and all the other changes. Amongst those account lines, some are overall a reduction of $122,000. So if you add up that column, that gets to just that 1.3 million. So that is the entirety of the increase that's been requested. And then just, you know, a little context to some of the decisions we're making. Enrollment. So we saw a big drop in enrollment from 20 to 21, and you know, I think we believe that's partly due to COVID and parents choosing not to enroll students. So it's particularly in the earlier grades, and it's particularly impacted Chatham, actually. And so we saw a sort of a greater than trend decrease from 20 to 21. So 22, I think we're back closer to the previous trend before COVID. So we're not seeing much of a decrease from 21 into 22. And then, so just quickly before I go on though, so this green line, this is the dotted green line, is the total for the district. That's actually plotted against the axis on the right. These other ones are the individual numbers for each school, and they're plotted on the axis on the left. That they're done that way, otherwise the school lines would be too small to make much sense of. But you can see that actually the way the numbers are going, the high school is continuing to grow as we have bigger grades coming up through the schools. And Harwich has actually picked up a little bit. Monomoy has as well. The middle school has as well. And Chatham has decreased slightly. And we have kind of plotted out sort of some projections of how the numbers might go. This is a really simple forecast. It just assumes pre-K and kindergarten will stay level, and the classes don't lose or gain students as they progress. But so if you just based on the number of the students that we know we have right now and allow them to progress through the district, this is how the numbers would go. So even at that fairly conservative, simple forecast, you can see this overall, and this is the total up here again. You can see that is coming down to under 1,600 by 2030. So as the number of students change, obviously we are changing the number of teachers, and we have seen some reductions in the last few years. We're not planning any reductions from this year into next. There is one, as I mentioned earlier, there is one grade 4 reduction, but we are also requesting to increase the number of special education teachers also at Harwich Elementary School. So with the staffing numbers the way they are and the student numbers the way they are, we are able to maintain our class size target, which we've had ever since Dr. Carpenter came to Monomoy. So that is to maintain programs with a class sizes of 19 plus or minus 2 in the middle and high school and 18 plus or minus 1 at the elementary schools. So that continues to be our target, which we are, for the most part, on target with. This is another really terrible word day slide, but these are a number of items that were identified by the principals and directors for priorities in the upcoming budget. These have been in order. So the first one is that special education teacher position I mentioned earlier for the Harwich Elementary School. So that is in part because of the numbers of students we're seeing in the lower grades, that's pre-K and kindergarten, and also the level of need, particularly as a lot of those students missed out on schooling or interventions due to COVID. And so now they're presenting with a higher level of needs and having received fewer services. And so that's requiring us to provide more services to those students in our schools. Another kind of big big area is around reading and our ELA curriculum in elementary schools. You know, that's really been a focus for the district. That's in line with the strategic plan. And we invested in a new ELA curriculum at the start of this year. And now we want to keep that going, further invest, and also replace some of the supplies. This has been a really successful implementation to date, and we're really seeing good results from this new English curriculum. We are a little bit a victim of our own success because we're finding the materials are just in high demand. They're being used a lot with the teachers, and students want more materials, and we're having to replace the ones because they're being used, they've been taken home and used a lot. So, I mean, it's a great, good news story, but it does mean we need to invest a little more money in them. We're also, again, investing in textbooks at the high school and cameras for the photography courses. So I didn't keep in here just to remind me to mention it. So we had included the preschool program at Chatham in an earlier version of the budget, but that is not included in this version. And the school committee voted that the preschool program, which is just a special education preschool program, it was more effective from an educational perspective to run that at Harwich, just because of the numbers of students involved at Chatham. And that's something we'll always keep under review depending on the number of students and the level of need. But in order to best serve those students, we're going to have them all housed at Harwich Elementary School. I don't know, that's something we might want to talk about in a little bit. So not all of the items that were requested were or have been included in the budget. Some of those because we are still keeping them under review, and we're not, you know, they've been requested, but they're still under review, and we've not decided that we want to fund them yet. But the ones at the top half, it's really because it's not within the budget to afford them right now. We are looking for other funding mechanisms, and I'm confident that many of these will be funded, though not directly from the budget. The passenger van at the middle school, we're hoping to be able to fund that from our ESSER funds. That's the money the federal government has made available to support schools responding to COVID. We're also hoping we do have revolving funds related to use of our buildings and through school choice, and we hope to be able to use those funds to tackle some of the other one-off classroom furniture requests. This is, you know, I just wanted to highlight some of the other staffing changes that we've seen or have planned over the next year. These don't actually directly impact the budget increase from where we are now to where we'll be next year, but they're still important, and they do impact the allocation of funds. So we have this year already added some special education instructional assistants. Those are staff, not teachers, but instructional assistants who help with students who have special education needs and have individualized education plans that require assistance to help those students. We did add a team chair position, which is helping which also oversees special education in individual buildings, and that has been helping with pre-K and out of district students. We have added we added last year a nursing position in response to COVID, and we are maintaining that position again, and that's actually been funded through ESSER funds. Those are those funds I mentioned earlier, provided by the federal government to help support districts responding to COVID. And then a couple more, these are more like accounting issues. We're not actually changing anything, but support service positions. So that's like English language teachers, speech and language staff. We've been reviewing how those are split between the elementary schools, particularly because of the new assessment methodology that we're considering. We want to make sure that we are properly reflecting caseloads in each school's budget. Whereas in the past, you know, if somebody started off at 50% in one school and 50% in another, we might not change that even if their caseload changed. But now where we're going to be assessing towns based on their elementary school budget, we want to make sure that we know exactly where that person's working and how much time they're spending there, so that we can get the right budget in the right schools. And we're also just looking, this is ongoing, we're looking at our guidance and psychologists, staffing and the relative caseloads at the elementary schools to make sure we have the right makeup of staff to serve student needs in those schools as effectively as possible. So we are ongoing, you know, investing in our capital. I have made a little bit of a change because we used to kind of group together a lot of these items as capital, and strictly speaking, they're not capital, they're really capital improvement or extraordinary maintenance items. But these projects we're undertaking, the two big ones here, really, we've already started to talk about this, is doing a feasibility study to look at the Chatham Elementary School roof and feasibility study of the middle school roof. Then some other items, replacing carpets here at the middle school, building controls at the high school, and so on. As I said, so strictly speaking, in terms of capital, only the roofs really count as capital projects. The rest are extraordinary maintenance, and you'll see, as I'll highlight when we get there, they're actually included in the operating budget within the definition that the regional agreement provides. And then also part of our operating budget, but we have ongoing leases to fund technology, classroom technology, laptops, Chromebooks, and the computer labs, as well as Promethean boards in elementary schools. And finally, we continue to try to a budget to pay into our stabilization fund, which is currently $136,000. So we've included $50,000 for that. And so in our capital plan, which includes those two roof projects, this only includes projects which have a cost over $150,000 or a unit cost over $5,000, which actually excludes a lot of the things that we do otherwise to improve our buildings, and they are just captured in the operating budget. But these are the items that we have an eye on. I mean, so we have, you know, I have put in years that we'll tackle these. Obviously, we keep this under review, and items may be brought closer if the need arises, or, you know, stretched out longer if we can. We just want to make sure that we have all these items on our, you know, on our plan, and that we're prepared to fund them should the need arise. We've talked about the roofs, so that the roofs we're in the process. We've just started the process of applying to the MSBA, the Massachusetts School Building Authority, for funding to support the roof and boiler projects. They've just opened the window for applications, and we will be submitting them by March 25th. And then once that's just a statement of interest, and then the next step is a feasibility study, which will be carried out next year, and then to start actual construction of the roof projects. So on this plan, I've staggered them over the next coming years. We have the middle school roof up first, and then the Chatham Elementary School roof. Whether or not that's actually the timing, or whether or not we're able to do them both at the same time, that will really depend on, you know, our applications to the MSBA and how successful they are. And we also have a roofing contractor coming down to assess both buildings to tell, you know, give us a sense of where the priority is. We also are aware that we need to upgrade to refresh furniture at the middle school and middle school siding and trim. So I think, you know, as you can see here, obviously the middle school is really a focus. And then finally, we are beginning to think, I mean, our boilers are working great. Some of them are as old as 40 years, but they're working really well at the moment. But we do want to make sure we have a plan to replace them, so we don't, you know, wait to the last minute when they stop working. And the other couple of items are a pickup truck. So we have one that's shared between Chatham and the middle school, and we would like to replace that. That's not really functional anymore. And one at high school, which is good working order now, but by 2027 will be ready to replace. And the last point, I just wanted to know, we have this plan to, this passenger van, I mentioned that earlier, and we're hoping to fund that through federal funds. So I wonder, is it worth just pausing for a moment to take any questions?
Thank you, Michael. Let me turn over. I see Dean's hand is up. And you could pull that.
Thank you.
You're going to continue with some more?
Yeah, but I can pull it down for now if that helps.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dean.
Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. I have two questions. One is on your capital plan, the chart that you just showed. You don't have to put it up, but you're applying to the MSBA for funding for the roof projects.
Yep.
So if the regional agreement changes go through as proposed, and Chatham, the town of Chatham takes over the cost of the elementary school, and you get this grant from the state, that, am I correct in assuming that that will reduce Chatham's expenditure for the roof when it's built?
Yeah, and actually the numbers I've used are my estimates, assuming we do get a grant. So I've actually reflected, so because $600,000 would not be enough to replace the roof at Chatham, I don't think. So that's my estimate based on how much our out of pocket would be after reimbursement from MSBA.
Okay, and that's if the number is turns out to be correct, that 600,000 will be Chatham's piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we would. Sorry.
What I was getting at is that the grant money is not going to benefit Harwich. It's going to except theoretically because of the agreement changes. But
no, it would all be yours. Yeah, it would all go to reduce the costs to Chatham.
Okay, and the second and final question related to the pre-K at Harwich Elementary School. Do we know how many young children are currently enrolled from Chatham in that program?
I
Sure.
do, but
So,
Jen knows better than I do.
so Dean, to give you those numbers, we have, so prior to this current school year, we had been running with about 8 children with special needs that would in the 3 or 4 year old range in Chatham. And this past year, that number had dropped down to 4. So we have 4 children in that category that that are melded into 4 sessions. There's two sessions of 3 year olds and 2 sessions of 4 year olds. And and just to kind of have everybody understand what sort of the focus of a preschool for a school district, we're by law, we're required to provide early intervention supports for 3 year olds and 4 year olds with special needs. And we use a peer model preschool. So the kids get a half-day program with model peers to help them and we have push-in services that will be speech therapists and physical therapists and hearing or whatever those children need. What we're also seeing, and this is also some of it's potentially COVID, and some of it's potentially that we're seeing more children these days with profound special needs. And what we're seeing looking forward into next year is we see 6 children next year that are Chatham resident children. 4 of them would be in a standard integrated preschool that the school district would run. But what we have built into the budget that Michael has presented is we actually now need to have almost an intensive needs preschool above and beyond what the school district has been running in the past. So we're actually adding a section, adding 2 more sections of preschool for children who the typical integrated preschool isn't sufficient for them. And some of those are children, from Chatham. So by having that preschool and sort of centralizing all of those all of those resources in one building, it creates a situation where we're not sort of dividing out and having essentially taking those, taking the, we would be back to where we were, where we would have a very small integrated preschool, but we would also have to have an extremely small high needs integrated preschool at Chatham. And the school committee felt that it wasn't the best model for the children, but it also is not a very cost effective model as well. The cost to run a program at Chatham Elementary and at Harwich Elementary, when the children could just be melded into one preschool program. It was more sort of programmatic, educationally sound. It's more budget sound, and it also has us not taking these specialists that have to go and get pushed into these programs and dividing them and having them run between two school buildings.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I learned a lot from that. Thank you.
Can I just piggyback on that for a minute, Scott? How many total people do you have in the preschool special needs program? Total for Harwich and Chatham too.
So this year, 4 from Chatham, 15 from Harwich that are children with special needs, and then there are peer models comparable to that. So we sort of operate with an N+1. So the number of children +1 are the peer models. Next year, what we see is we see 6 from Chatham, 20 from Harwich. But as I said, so the numbers have increased, but it's not just that the numbers have increased. We're seeing a subset from both Harwich and Chatham have intensive needs, so that we're having to sort of develop a new unique program that's sort of an intensive needs integrated preschool. Okay, yeah,
I agree. That does help a lot. When the board talked about preschool, we weren't only talking, this is 2 years ago, about preschool for special needs, but best preschool for as many as we could at Chatham, and whether or not that makes sense or not, or whether it becomes something like childcare that we talked about previously in the meeting. That's how we address the concerns that some of the parents had. Okay, I see Shereen, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Peter, I just wanted to also mention, just because the school committee voted to have a single integrated preschool for the district next year at Harwich Elementary, as it's doing this year, it doesn't mean that a year from now, if we see that Chatham's preschool numbers come up and merit and have a big enough population that we can do a 3-year-old and 4-year-old session back at Chatham Elementary. Like, we have the space there to do it. So we can, typically Chatham Elementary had run a 3-year-old session in the morning and a 4-year-old session in the afternoon, and had a full-time teacher. So if we see the numbers come back up, it would make a lot of sense to then have a preschool program back at Chatham Elementary.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you. Shereen?
Thanks. Thank you for the explanation on the preschool. That was pretty interesting. Is there the preschool student special needs costs, are those significantly higher per student than they are for the regular students? And then again, with I see Jennifer shaking her head. Yes, obviously. I mean, that isn't obvious, but to build a higher hybrid, a bigger, more intense program, is that a trend that's happening, or do you just see this as a fallout of like COVID or what?
It's both. So I think what school districts across the country are seeing is, I think the modern, the miracles of modern medicine have created situations where children, when you and I were born, if they had intensive needs, might not have survived. So we're seeing these miracle babies survive, and some have significant special needs when they turn 3 and 4 years old. So we're seeing an increase in that as modern medicine is able to do more wonderful miracles. We also are seeing what could be a COVID blip, in that because of COVID, families weren't going to the pediatrician as frequently, or they weren't sending their children to preschools. And it's pediatricians' offices and preschools where children get flagged for early and also licensed daycares where they're getting flagged for early intervention and referred into the system earlier. So that what we're seeing now is that now that we're in a better place with regard to COVID, children are going to the pediatricians again, or they might be going into a daycare situation, and providers or medical people are saying, hey, this child should really get some intervention services. So we're actually seeing, I think, our early intervention preschool is needing to go and sort of compensate, and we're seeing sort of a flood, so to speak, of children that would have been picked up earlier and potentially not have had so much need now, because they would have been getting the supports at a much earlier age.
Early intervention is certainly key to that. Just a curiosity question, Scott, if you don't mind. You mentioned, or Mark mentioned Michael mentioned in the presentation about, one of you did, I can't remember who did, about kids going to other schools from Monomoy or going to charter, that there's been a reduction in that. I think, Michael, you said that.
Yes.
Is that because of the kids are choosing to go to Monomoy Regional School, or is this a population decline statistics?
I think what it is we're seeing more families like what we're offering and staying here. And that was the whole point of bringing this district together. I also think that, that the options that they had if they went away to other school districts or to a charter school weren't getting as much in-person learning as they were finding here. So we've seen families stay with us, and and I think the numbers that Michael was getting is it's almost it's approaching a 10% decrease in 1 year.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's borne out in the grades. So you're seeing that we have the higher numbers in the upper grades, and so as they are aging out, there's not so many students, and the younger students are just choosing to stay in Monomoy.
That's great to hear. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Corey?
Thank you, Peter. Excuse me. The only question, I really don't have that many questions at this point, but I would appreciate in one area, under the capital expenditures and the facilities, just a little more clarification on the feasibility studies, actually, the $45,000 for Chatham Elementary School and the $51,000 for the middle school. What exactly does the feasibility study encompass? Because at face value, you have a roof, it has a certain lifespan of it. When it starts having issues, you replace it. You're not going to piecemeal it, especially for educational facility. So if you could just clarify what this feasibility study covers, and then. Second part of that question is, as part of any roofing projects moving forward, is there any consideration of looking at any solar options with panels to get into that element, or is that not part of the discussion at the stage?
So in terms of your first question, so the feasibility study is part of the MSBA's process. So they have a really clearly defined process that you have to go through with them if you want to get the grant, so they offset the costs. And the feasibility study is so that's kind of the first major step, and it's more than just, you know, how feasible the project is. It does a lot of the preliminary work before you would start construction. So it documents existing conditions and establishes, well, you know, what the design parameters of the roof, you know, the different types of roofing materials would be used, what's the most cost-effective solution, and that comes back to the materials and shape of the roof. And it starts to prepare the preliminary schematic design of the roof, and that forms the basis of a cost estimate for the construction, and also then the procurement process that you would then carry out to get the contractor to do the work. So it's really, it's not construction, but it is, to my mind, it's more than just feasibility, that it's assessing, it's kind of starting the initial design and procurement part for the project. And then once you have that info, because the way the MSBA is structured is, once you have that information, so once you have the outcomes of the feasibility study, it allows us to get the approval of the MSBA board, but also get approval of, you know, in this case, it would be the town of Chatham, to agree now, when you could see how much it was actually going to cost, what the MSBA, how much they were going to pay, what it was going to look like, then you would have the opportunity to approve that. And only once we've gone through that hurdle would we move to the full construction phase. And then your second question was, what was your second question again?
Solar panels.
No,
solar panels.
Or anything of that sort up for consideration.
So I'm not sure. The last time I went through a roof project with the MSBA, they didn't consider solar panels. They would allow you to include in the design of the roof kind of any of the infrastructure required for solar panels, but not anything to do with the solar panels themselves. So you could make sure the roof was suitable for solar panels, but whether or not you'd do solar panels would come after the roof was in place.
Hey, I could add something, Corey, just to help you a little bit. And I'm involved with the Cape Light Compact, but in this case, it would be Cape and Vineyard Electric Cooperative. Yeah. And they could get involved, you know, early in the process to be able to get into one of their what would you call it, their phases of when they do certain projects. And that would be one way to do it. And if we were lucky, that it would be one that's consistent with the way the roof is going on. And I would say that, yeah, we'd want to do everything we could to be able to hook up, you know, solar panels to the roofs.
Absolutely. We've been such good experience with CVEC at the high school. Has been great, right. And it's kind of saved us a lot of money.
But I think, Michael, that's something we could have as part of the feasibility studies in both buildings is sort of like the determination of where we could sustain the load of the solar panels, and what I think, so that we could go from that to something with CVEC. We actually have solar panels on the other two buildings in the school district. There were solar panels on Harwich Elementary School before the district came together, and we just finished a solar project with CVEC on the high school roof.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Corey. I don't have anything more. Anybody from the public? I'm going to wait just a second longer than I did the last time. Okay. All right, Mike.
All right, let me just I'll share my slides again. All right, hopefully you can see them again. So this is just, the way the regional agreement is structured, there's like two different types. We treat revenue two different ways. We have some revenue, which is like our sort of grants and also school choice tuition that we receive for students who are coming into the district. And that is, and to the earlier point, the money we receive for students coming into the district is not going down. It is changing a little bit. I think that's largely population, but it's not going down as quickly as the amount we have to pay is going down. So that shows what's causing the difference. But so this chart just shows the blue line is how much school choice we've been able to use to offset the budget over the last 5 or 6 years. We also have circuit breaker, which is this orange line, and that helps offset some special education costs. And then grey and yellow, those are federal grants that we receive. And then now, just for 2023, we have this dark grey line here. That's the ESSER funds. So that's funds that we're receiving from the state, from the federal government, to help offset the costs of responding to COVID. And for these, all that, this is not the total we'll necessarily receive. This is just the total we've budgeted for salaries for FY23. And the net change is, well, it's gone up because of ESSER, but we've also added positions that are funded purely from ESSER funds. So those are math and reading interventionists that we've added, and a nurse to help deal with the educational and health impacts of COVID. But like the actual impact on the budget is not significant, because we're pretty much receiving the same amount. We're not having to add anything else to the budget. All right, I'll skip through questions because we'll have another chance for that in a moment. And then, because I want to talk I want to sort of get into the assessments and how, we've seen how much the budget is and what's driving that, but then how that breaks out into assessments for the two towns. So we started with that total planned expenditure. We have the grey part is how much of that is funded by the budget, and you have these smaller parts that are funded through grants, circuit breaker, and school choice. And then the grey part, the budget is then funded through general fund revenue and state aid. And that's why I mentioned earlier, we kind of treat revenue in two different ways. Some is before the budget is set, and then some is afterwards and offsets assessments. So I'm going to talk about that, and then we'll talk about how the Chatham and Harwich assessments break down. So general fund revenue and state aid, that is the biggest part of that really is Chapter 70. So that's the state's primary vehicle for supporting education in public districts. And for us, that's actually gone up some $300,000 almost from a FY22 to FY23. Transportation aid is the other big part of state funding we receive, and that's gone up. And these numbers are just in the governor's budget, so these may change as the budget progresses through the legislative process. But we are seeing increases both in transportation aid and in Chapter 70 aid. The other big ticket items just to mention are charter school tuition. So essentially, the state, because when a student decides to attend a charter school, who's a Monomoy resident, we have to pay for that. But then to lessen the impact of that cost on the district, the state provides some funding in the first couple of years to offset that increase. And this numbers are going up. That's actually not because the numbers are going up, that's because the formula and how much money they're given for tuition has gone up. And then the other item I just wanted to highlight here is this excess and deficiency. So we've carried $800,000 again, which will be, for the third year in a row that it's, 800,000 or more. That's probably not sustainable in the long term. And I think, is when we start to look forward to future years, I'm really going to hope to see that number come down to somewhere more like, maybe between $300,000 and $700, maybe around $500,000, I think would be more sustainable. So the other big part, so then after we've taken out revenue, the other big deciding factor to determine how much assessment each town is charged is the minimum local contribution. So that's the amount of money that the state requires each town to pay. And the way the regional agreement is designed, that's the first chunk of funding each town has to provide. It's the minimum local contribution, and it's based on the foundation enrolment in each town. And the foundation enrolment is all the students resident in that town who attend any public or charter school. So it includes students who don't necessarily attend Monomoy. So what you'll see, and this is partly why, you'll see the assessment figures are not as we've seen in recent years, and you're seeing a bigger increase for Chatham because the number of students, the number of foundation the number of students in Chatham's foundation enrollment actually didn't really fall that much from FY22 to FY23 budget. whereas they did continue to fall for Harwich. And so because you have that different, so Harwich's numbers continued to fall, Chatham's didn't, and so that changed the percentage share. And for once, not for once, but for a long time, Chatham's percentage share increased. And so that meant for this year, and I don't think this will continue, because if we look at foundation enrollment, I think we'll revert back to the previous trend. I think again that comes from this big increase we saw from 21 to 22 is due to COVID, and I think once we get into FY24, we'll be back to kind of more figures that we're more used to. But we did see that shift from Harwich to Chatham, and at the same time, you know, it's a bit of a double whammy, because at the same time, the minimum local contribution has gone up due to the way the state calculates foundation budget. That's the amount that they think should be spent on education in Monomoy, and minimum local contributions. So the state looks at, amongst other things, they've looked at inflation, and as we know, inflation is quite high at the moment, and the Student Opportunity Act, which increased funding for low-income students, and that we saw that's had a big impact on our foundation budget. And there was one other thing, the growth factor for Chatham, which is set by DLS, and that was up from last year. So all those things contributed to increasing minimum local contribution at the same time as the foundation enrollment shifted just slightly towards Chatham, and so that you have that. That's what we're seeing, a swing bigger than we expected. All right, so these are the sort of contributing factors, but I'm just going to step through the assessment process. We have the FY23 budget, 42.9 million. We have the general fund revenue and state aid, which is overall an increase of just shy of 50,000, but that takes almost 6 million off of budget, and the rest has to be funded from the towns. So the local minimum contribution, so Harwich's minimum local contribution went up 280,000. Meanwhile, Chatham's went up 435,000. So that, as a percentage, is obviously a much bigger increase for Chatham than Harwich. And then the way the regional agreement works, that the minimum local contribution comes off of the total operating budget, and what's left in that operating budget is then split between the two towns based on a 3-year average of the foundation enrollment. So that kind of lessens out the impact of changes. It's also a year in arrears, so that doesn't include the number that we've been talking about for minimum local contribution. So when we're splitting up that increase, so you're still Chatham's is still going down compared to a significant increase for Harwich, but it's just not enough to offset that bigger increase for in the local minimum contribution. Transportation has gone down, and that's because we're seeing that increase in the transportation aid. That is something that can change as we go through the legislative process for setting the budget, so that might change over the next few weeks to month. Capital and stabilisation, that's come down, and that's really just because a lot of the items which were previously, included in the capital, we've shifted that over to the operating budget, because really that's extraordinary maintenance and not capital. And the debt, that's just carrying on with the debt schedule as planned by the schedule of payments for the high school debt. And so that's how you end up. I mean, so it's still, Harwich still carries the bigger increase, but just not as it. But Chatham has a bigger percentage increase in the budget under the current methodology. So do you want me, should I take any questions on that and then before I move on to the alternative assessment method?
No, why don't you keep on going and then.
All right, okay, all right. All right, so you get a good idea about how the process works. I'm not going into detail today about how the assessment methodology, the alternative method is. I mean, the superintendent talked about that a little bit, but these are the figures. So it starts with the minimum local contribution again, but then the split of the amount beyond minimum local contribution, obviously it's a much smaller increase for Harwich, and a much bigger increase for Chatham, as instead of splitting the cost of the Chatham Elementary School, sort of 75-25, now Chatham is paying for 100% of that. And then transportation is unchanged, that's the same Capital is different though, because Chatham's taken their share of the middle school budget for capital, but also the whole of the Chatham roof feasibility project, and debt is unchanged. And so then you end up with this now $934,000 increase for Chatham, which is obviously that's over 10%. It's 11% increase on last year's budget. It is a swing. So from the original method, which is here, of 274,000 to 934, so it's just a little under $700,000 in swing from Harwich to Chatham by adopting the new methodology. All right, that is me. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Let's see. Do I have any questions?
I'll stop sharing.
Okay. Okay. The numbers are what they are.
Yeah.
And I think, Peter, I think one thing to emphasize is that that big increase. It's a one year thing where, where if in the subsequent year, presuming the proposed changes to the regional agreement, move forward, in the subsequent year, you would have already taken on the additional costs of running the elementary school. So the trend line on how much the budget typically grows would continue in the out years. You'd be seeing a very small increase, not an 11% increase. And we've been sharing that same thing with Harwich, that while they're seeing a much lower increase in school funding, it's a 1 year thing for them, and the trend line would continue from that point.
The increase to us from the margin, what it is the marginal increase to us is around $700,000 compared to what we would have paid before, which is not inconsistent with close to 600 and some odd $1,000 we were talking about last fall.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's kind of, because I first heard $900,000. I thought it was $900,000, not the marginal difference, but I mean, marginal difference rather than the bottom line.
And that might, just an aside, that might come down further once we get our health insurance numbers tomorrow. It won't be huge. It won't be a huge difference, but
Yeah. Okay. Anything else from the board? I don't see any hands up. How about Corey?
I'm good. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, I guess that's it. We need Jeff to come back, and I'm losing it now. I can't remember what I said, whether or not we're going to take a vote next week. I think we're going to take a vote next week, because all Jeff has to do is spend some time watching this, and he already has all the budget materials. So, we'll get it on as quickly as we can.
Of course, and if he or anybody else has questions, please, get in touch, and we'll be happy to.
Okay, Michael. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Scott. And again, excuse me, welcome, Jennifer. We're glad to see you. Okay.
Thank
and,
you.
I guess, Shereen? Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks.
Good night,
and let's move on to our next agenda item. Take care, and thank you very much. Bye. All right, next up is Alex on the FY 2023 operating budget. Thank you for your patience again, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board members. Yes, I was listening to the school committee or the superintendent and Michael give their presentation. So I've written my notes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board might have on that. However, moving on from that, we just want to provide you with an update on some of the changes. Excuse me, my clock is chiming in the background here. I'm waiting for that to end. Sorry. Can you hear that?
That's all right. We can't even hear it.
All right, good. So I just want to provide some quick updates on some of the changes in the operating budget, capital budget, educational and omnibus changes since the board was first presented with the budget back on January 18th. So in your packet, I've presented some of these. First off is the Natural Resources Conservation Division. We had showed an increase of 140,000. After further review going back, that was a bad cell in the master budget. So the increase is only an increase of $51,066, and that is due to the additional staff position that we are requesting, the wetlands assistant conservation agent, wetlands permit coordinator. But again, it's only a $51,066 increase rather than 140,000. So we want to look at that. Also to note on that the department head is reviewing whether that's a full-time position or a part-time position is needed. The thought was that it would be over 20 hours a week. If we have anybody who's proposed at 20 hours a week, they would be a fully benefited person, employee. So we always look to say, if you're benefits, you might as well work full-time at 35 hours rather than someone at 19 hours. So we will continue to review that with the department and report back to the board as we move through that. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that right now before we move on to some of the other items.
Any questions? No, I don't see any hands. Corey?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So with that change, that rather than a 6.57% increase, we're now down to a 6.31% increase in the operating budget. So that's good news for the town of Chatham, is that we reduced that at this time. Employee benefits, and I think as Michael had mentioned, is that we're still waiting for the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group to approve their rates for the health insurance, and that will happen tomorrow. We have a 6% increase factored into that budget. They've presented two scenarios. One is a 6% increase and one is a 3% increase. So once that comes across tomorrow and they vote those rates, if they do change from 6% down to 3% or a different number, we will factor that in and report that back to the board as we move forward through the budget process.
Okay.
More importantly, moving on to the 5-year capital plan, and this might change based on some of the items that you heard from the Deputy Chief Tavano regarding some of the generator issues that we had earlier regarding the storm. So we need to revisit the capital budget as we move forward. And I'll explain that a little bit once I go through the first item that we have identified. In the capital budget, there was a request for $30,000 from community development for a vehicle. It didn't make it in for some reason. We missed that. So we have factored that into the capital budget. So instead of the $2,361,100, we're now at $2,391,100 to include that vehicle. However, and we will be reporting on this as we move through based on the conversation that we had this morning, regarding the generators, we have about $101,000 left in the generator budget this year. That was for a dedicated generator at the community center. But looking at the failures at the DPW and elsewhere, we might want to use those funds to get those generators up to snuff right now, and then build in additional money in the capital budget for FY 2023 to fund generators. Currently, we have a $25,000 placeholder for generators. I think we'll need more moving forward for FY 2023. We have enough free cash that could fund that at this point. So town manager and I will be meeting with the different department heads to discuss that and see what's needed moving forward, but I can expect the capital budget to go up. Important to note that that is still within our fiscal financial policies, below the 9% of the operating budget. So we're within our guidelines. Any questions on capital?
No, the only comment I'd make is I'd expect someone in the finance committee to say, and I'm not gonna, I don't know who, just generally, why not reassess what you're paying for rather than worry about taking it from free cash? In other words, decrease other parts of the capital budget. I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying you might hear that.
We'll be talking to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee will be meeting twice weekly for the next several weeks prior to giving their preliminary recommendations to the board. So we'll address that as well.
Sure.
Okay. Moving on, I think as Michael McMillan had mentioned, state aid, the governor's preliminary budget. Those numbers were released for Chatham. It did not change greatly, so it's really a non-starter for us. We do not get a lot of money from state aid, very minimal, about 200 some odd thousand every year, and the assessments didn't go up very much. So we're comfortable with those numbers, but I just want to point that out as they did change slightly from what was presented back in January. As we noted, the educational budget assessments, those are different. And I think the Monomoy Regional School District did cover those. So I'm not going to talk about those right now, unless you have any questions. And that is really it. This was just an update to the board, and we will continue to update you on a weekly basis as we change the numbers and move forward through the budget process. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Alex. Anybody on the board have a question? I don't see any hands up, and I'll just ask Corey on the phone.
Thanks, Peter. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Alex.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is our ARPA funding correspondence, a letter to the county, and Jill's on. Go ahead, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this relates to the American Rescue Plan Act funds that both the county will get and the town will receive directly. The county will receive $41 million, a little bit more than $41 million, and they have initiated meetings with the 15 towns in Barnstable County to talk about priorities for that funding. And we met with county representatives as well as our delegate, Randy Potash, last week, and identified some of our priorities. So as it's been recently finalized, which is what they call the interim final rule, those funds could be used for certain expenditures. And the staff report notes it could be used for infrastructure, which is water, sewer, broadband, but also includes dams and culverts. And some of the broadband IT solutions also provide funding for accessibility and cybersecurity. The second one, public health, continues with the COVID response for vaccination testing, but also has an additional component for mental health and substance use services. And then the economic impacts is the third one. For financial aid that supports persons and businesses and nonprofits, as well as capital expenditures. The fourth item is community services that could go directed towards affordable housing. Another component of community services is for childcare and education offsets. Another one is for premium pay for essential workers, and this is public sector and private sector. And it could be as much as $13 per hour and capped at $25,000 per employee. And then there's a section of revenue replacement to local governments. And this is based on FY19 revenue. And as you know, we reduced our revenue estimates for our FY20 budget. And with that, then had the tax rate subsidizing more of the budget, although it was a reduced budget. So there's county level programs. We're not sure quite yet about what regional initiatives that they're doing, but in speaking with other town managers and looking at what other towns in Barnstable County have proposed, I would suggest we looking for an allocation of a portion of that $41 million from the county to not be solely based on population, because I think our needs reflect a year-round, and that's our priority too, to have a vibrant year-round population. Not necessarily the data figures that come with the census. So in the packet is also a draft letter for the board to consider sending to the county commissioners as well as the county assembly of delegates. And the funds for ARPA are available as of April 1st, 2022, but those that have been encumbered or expended under the not final yet interim guidelines can still be used. So a little jargon speak from the federal government. The other issue too is how to allocate the town's funding, which is a little bit more than 630,000. And it's the same categories that I read off before. And I would expect we would probably have a public engagement, either a session or using our website and surveys to find the best use and how to expend those funds for not only COVID relief, but moving forward. The county did a similar or initiated an outreach program that's also in your packet that has the survey results. The respondents from the town of Chatham are a little lower than the other communities, and so that survey periods remained open, and we have it available and publicized in various formats and so forth. So the ask tonight from staff is to review the draft letter and have the board take action on that so that we can, if you're interested in sending a letter, we can get that out first thing tomorrow. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, the letter is in your packet.
Thank you, Jill. I see Dean's hand is up, and I would, I think we should send a letter after speaking with them. Anyway, go ahead, Dean. Up, you're on mute. Yep. Know the feeling.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter and Jill, for the presentation. I'm in favor of sending a letter. I just noticed that our delegate, Randy Pottage, is on, and I didn't know whether, Peter, you wanted to call on her. I would be interested in hearing what she might have to say as to whether this letter would be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Before I do that, Corey, you have any comments?
No, Peter, really, I mean, I am in full agreement getting this letter out. I don't have any edits to offer, so I would be comfortable, moving it forward as drafted. So I'm comfortable.
Okay, thank you very much. You're more than welcome to make a comment, Randy. Might as well just say hello, too.
Peter,
okay, how's everybody doing? Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, so you got me looking at some Teddy Roosevelt quotes while I've been waiting, and it's kind of fun. Since it's so late, this is like night court. I'm not going to ask to read any, but in any event, so the letter, if I'm not misunderstanding, it would be to the county requesting a portion of the 41.3 million, not based on year-round population. Is that accurate?
I think it's the opposite. So we are in favor of a population-based formula, but we're asking that it consider a year-round population versus just the census population of full-time residents.
Oh, I didn't know there was a difference. I don't think I understand the difference between year-round and the census, but yeah, well, so that would be about.
Oh, did I just say it backwards? I'm sorry, Randy. I might have just said it backwards.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
So we have our needs are year round, which includes a seasonal population.
Okay,
and
right.
That's the component that we think might be missing. We just do a year round population.
Are you going to put up a percentage in your request?
I think at this time we like to hear and see what the other towns are doing, and also hear more about regional initiatives and see if there's any overlap. But we're open to continuing those discussions.
Oh, okay. So you haven't made the decision that you definitely want a cut, and that's it. You're still open-minded, but you think you might want a cut? I just want to be clear.
I'll have the board weigh in on that.
Please.
Go ahead, Shireen, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Hi, Randy. Hi. I imagine, yes, we want a cut, but I think we're being very diplomatic in going and doing due diligence in the process, Randy, and assessing as we go. I imagine that we don't want to be pitting town against town. We don't want to see that happen on this level. But we do know what Chatham's needs are, and we will. pretty confident we're going to want to participate in it. But you need to tell us if we should be putting a number in at this time, if that's an important factor, because if you have that census, then we need to reevaluate the letter as it's written.
I have a sense that you need to be be precise about what you want if you're going to make a request, because that request could go in the form of an ordinance that could be voted up or down. So you could say that you're interested in what your letter presents, but I think if you're going to make something definite and you're not really just going to wait around, it should be specific. Or you could elect to just wait, because I don't think anything's going to happen fast, because not only is the county extending that questionnaire for another week, so like to the middle of February, but then there's going to be an evaluation period. And I believe the commissioners want to have some kind of a subgroup go through everything. So you have plenty of time to decide what you want. But I think if you want to ask for something, even I could put it in the form of an ordinance if it was specific at some point in time.
Yeah, let me just throw in a couple of words. I was worried about that when we met with them and made the point. I think that we want them to move quickly on this. Obviously, they may not be able to. And if we know we want the money allocated directly with us. There's 3 points in it to the letter, right? And I say to us, to the towns, rather than go through a process with both with the county on trying to support what we want to have, and then have them decide whether or not we can get it. Whatever the allotment is, we think we should have it. The second part is it shouldn't be based on population alone. And the third is we're happy to provide documentation once we decide what we're going to do with the money that they allocate. The question you're talking about is, what we hear is, they have Barnstable and Falmouth, which is not unusual, saying they want it based on population because they have the most population, not based upon the needs of the smaller town. So if you based it totally on population, we'd get a very small amount. Right?
You get like 1.1.
How much that is, I don't know. I don't know whether to say we want 50%, 20%, or of it to be population without having some sort of discussion about it. And I don't know how you do that, but that's my take. And I see Dean's hands up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I was just going to quote the third paragraph of the draft letter, which kind of states the formula that we have in mind, or the concept that we have. It says, we strongly believe that the ARPA funds should be allocated directly to the communities to meet the most pressing needs determined locally by each town. Additionally, with the cost of tackling these priorities far exceeding the limited ARPA funds, Chatham does not favor a population-only based distribution. Chatham supports implementing a new formula which acknowledges that smaller communities with fewer resources face equally daunting challenges as their larger neighbors. And that kind of sets out the concept I think we're looking for. And somebody mentioned earlier, maybe it was Jill, aren't we obligated to spend these ARPA funds within a certain time frame? So the county needs to move faster on it so that we can get these projects underway and completed.
2026, I believe.
Oh, okay, well, it takes a long time.
It's available now.
Yeah, it's now. It's when you need it.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. And I want to be able to put forward, whatever the town decides it wants.
Okay, I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments on it? I don't know how we could come up with a number,
I don't think we can, Peter, sorry. I think that this was, this is an understanding to start the process of decision-making for how they're going to allocate the funds. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Jill's got a good idea about and Alex, about what they might have in mind, and make that presentation to us. But this is a bureaucratic, multi-leveled sort of allocation of funding that it unfortunately went this way rather than directly to the towns from the state. So, but I'd like to just make a motion that we move to approve the transmittal of the letter by the town manager on behalf of the select board to communicate Chatham's input on Barnstable County's distribution of ARPA funds to the towns.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Seconded.
With the question, Shireen, are you in that motion allowing Jill to make whatever edits she might want to make to the letter based on?
That Jill feels are necessary after discussion tonight, if
Yeah.
there needs to be further clarification.
Okay, that's understood. Okay, thank you. So I second it.
Okay, second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's take a vote. Dean,
Aye.
Shireen,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. And let me say, thank you, Randy. I'm glad you're on that assembly for us. I
Thanks,
really
Randy.
appreciate your comments. You bet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next on the agenda is our Governor Baker letter. And Shireen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. This, I'm sure everybody's been reading in the news about Holtec, that is the company that's decommissioning Pilgrim, with their plans to deal with some of the nuclear waste was to discharge millions of gallons of radioactive water into the Pilgrim, into Cape Cod Bay. And as Florence Selden had pretty much eloquently explained where everything is in the process, they don't need to dump with any approval, but they do have alternative plans. And so this has been at a Cape and Islands Select Board and Council Members Association meeting. This was sort of at the request of the town of Eastham, who put a letter together opposing the dumping and asking the governor to take actions where he could. Consequently, there was a grassroots organization by some fisheries groups, namely the Massachusetts Seafood Collaborative and some of the advocates of better regulations around the cleanup of Pilgrim, to address this issue. On Monday night, they had the meeting, and so I had asked the town to put together a letter to support Eastham's effort. What I have learned since then is our delegation has submitted they have submitted to, and I think it's in the Joint Committee on Rules, asking them to report out on, they want to ban dumping of nuclear waste in Plymouth Bay. That's part of the language. It's SD 2971 is the number, as quickly as possible. And then they were hoping that there would be some sort of vote on the bill down the road. But I think that if we send this letter to the governor, it aligns with what Eastham had asked us to do, and it's showing our expressed support in opposing the dumping. Basically, from my perspective as a person in the fisheries, this is really bad optics for any maritime seafood industry going on in Cape Cod Bay. And though we're on the other side, we're on the Atlantic and Nantucket side, we're still impacted by this because we do have boating, fishing, and shellfish activities in our waters. And Massachusetts has put a lot of effort into supporting seafood industry, and this is just a dichotomy of that effort. So I'm just asking you to vote to approve the letter and send it up to the governor's office.
Okay, I see Dean has his hand up, and I have a comment. Go ahead.
Shireen, is that legislation, is that state legislation or federal legislation that's in the?
State, it's state.
Yeah. I support the letter. I just am kind of shocked that anybody would have the legal right to dump radioactive water.
And you see and on the rules that go along with, I'm not sure if they've already done something like that in the past, but the alternative for Holtec is that they can remove this on land and bury it in a proper place. As Pappalardo had said in his letter, just dispersing it into the water is not the answer to this, dealing with this.
I mean, the federal government regulates everything we do in our lives.
I know.
Point of fascism at times, I think, but that's my comment. Let me strike that and say to the point of nonsense. But and now you can just dump radioactive water into Cape Cod Bay. I mean, if they were doing it in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, that's one thing. But anyway, I support the letter, so
Okay, great.
Thank you, Dean. Yeah, my only comment is you may be surprised, you're not surprised, Dean, anyway. I am familiar with nuclear reactors. I've worked for a group that well, we didn't work on them, but they were all part of the nuclear revolution at one time. We were doing different kinds of work, but the modern nuclear reactor that is being touted and discussed would, part of what they do would never dump water into the ocean, and why this can happen. I am with you. I'm just amazed that they would be able to do it. I don't care how low radioactive it is. So I would support the letter.
Peter,
Corey?
this is a large international, transnational company that really does not care, obviously, about resources and want to, keep their bottom line on how much money they're getting to decommission this whole thing. So they haven't been very receptive to any of the opposition at this point. So I think we need a bigger stater effort to get that going.
Corey?
Oh, thank you, Peter. No, I fully support signing this letter. To think that Holtec's business model or business plan to save the money, which I understand they're a big company, is to discharge this stuff into Cape Cod Bay is just unfathomable. It's absolutely absurd. It should not happen. And I think this letter, and then things are going to have to get ratcheted up progressively over time to really prevent this from happening. But signing this letter is definitely a step in that direction. But this should no way, shape, or form happen. And I hope we can do everything we can possibly can to prevent it. So I'm happy to sign the letter.
Thank you.
Okay, you want to make a motion? Yeah, go ahead. I need a.
Who wants
you want to make a motion or?
Yeah, I was going to, I can make the motion, but I made the presentation, so I was the ask.
Oh,
so.
okay. Well, Dean wants to do it. I can see.
Oh, no, I'm happy to defer. Shireen, why don't you make the motion?
Go ahead, Dean. You're much more eloquent about it.
Oh, I just moved. I moved that we authorize the chair to send this that we vote to send this letter and authorize the chair to sign it.
Okay, a second.
Second.
All right. No further discussion. Let's take a vote. Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
Chair says aye, and that's it for tonight. Another long meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I have a second. Let's take a vote. Corey?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Shireen?
Aye.
Chair says aye. And good night, Chatham, and thank you all.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.